Because on this day.
In 1947, Dave Davis. Not Davies. It looks like Davies. It's not Davies.
Yes.
It's Davis.
Davis.
English singer, songwriter, guitarist for the Kinks was born.
If he lived in America, if
He
he
would
were
be
an American,
Davies.
we'd probably say it was Davies.
Yes.
But the
because
British
it's
are
British.
odd. They're odd about that. So, hey, I'll probably hit that jingle, Katie. We're going to get right into it.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's Farting Around with Radio from Hell on X96.
So we were talking about what to play this morning, and usually Carrie and Gina handle that whole thing. And so Gina mentioned the fact that today is the day the music died. And we should do something with that, maybe. And people say, well, what do you mean, the day the music died? Well, it was in here it is. It was in 1959 that Buddy Holly, Richie Valens, and the Big Bopper,
Richie!
three really big stars, music stars at the time, got on a plane to fly from one concert venue to the other, and it was wintry and awful weather, and the plane crashed, and they were all killed in that plane crash. And it would be interesting to speculate what, or to try and figure out where, for instance, Buddy Holly, I think, was obviously the most talented of those three, where he would have been today, what he would have been doing, because his stuff is great.
This isn't the version that I remember.
No, he got more sophisticated. This is like then he got more into production, and like this song is great.
He was only 22.
Yeah.
Really?
Richie Valens was only 17.
Oh.
That's just got a distinct sound, doesn't it? Isn't that
And I
nice?
can never remember, Richie Valens was not supposed to be on that plane, but he was sick, and somebody gave up their seat. And said, you can, who was it?
It was country such.
Waylon Jennings.
Yeah,
It was.
Waylon. Yeah, Waylon. I knew.
Waylon was in the Crickets.
Yeah.
And he said,
That's
"No, Richie, you're sick. I'll take a car. You can take the plane, because that way you can get there."
Yeah, Buddy Holly and the Crickets, and Waylon Jennings was one of the
So-
Crickets at that time.
So Buddy's last words were probably, "Thanks a lot, Waylon Jennings." And I mean that as he went down. That's what he said.
Thanks a lot.
Could have
Thanks a
been.
lot, Waylon Jennings.
Now, of course,
This is an
we're-
interesting side note,
What's that?
as I have just been looking into this. So Joe Meek, who is a music producer, also died on this day in 1967. So why is that interesting?
I don't know, Gina. Why is that interesting? I'll bet you're going to tell us.
So Joe Meek was interested in spirituality and often attended seances. At one such meeting in 1958, so the year before Buddy Holly.
Yeah. Really?
Why are you being
Okay.
like that?
Go ahead and say what you're going to say.
A year before Buddy Holly died, he went to a seance
Yes.
and was warned
Yeah. Oh, really?
that Buddy Holly would die on February 3rd.
What? Why?
He tried
Why am I being like that?
to find Buddy Holly when he was in London and meet with him and tell him what he learned.
If only.
Buddy Holly died on February 3rd the following year. Bill, that's weird.
Why am I being like that? No, Gina, that's a coincidence. And
A coincidence that somebody says a
hang on.
specific person is going to die on a specific day is a coincidence?
It's a coincidence, or this is both. Joe Meek, when Buddy Holly died on February 3rd, said, "You know what? I went to a seance a year ago."
Or Joe Meek messed with the plane.
Yeah, well,
Made it go
And-
down so that he would be seen as a master prognosticator.
it's the kind of thing that happens here in the Twilight Zone. Yeah, no, Gina.
No,
Gina.
what? I'm just
Okay.
reporting
No,
what-
Gina, you're right. I shouldn't be that way. Joe Meek was was communicating with the heavenly spirits, and he knew, and nobody would listen to him. My God.
If
What a-
and that'll be the name of my book. If only they'd listened to Joe Meek.
Now, and we're totally overlooking the Big Bopper.
Oh,
whose-
yes.
Whose song, Chantilly lace,
That's
and a
true.
pretty face with a ponytail hanging
Hang on.
down,
Give
a
me a
wiggle
second.
in a walk and a wiggle in a talk, makes the world go round, round, round.
All right.
Nothing in this world like a big-eyed girl. I know all the words to that song.
baby.
And he would act this out on stage.
Oh, you sweet thing. Do I want?
When he performed the song, did he have a fake phone with him on
Yes.
stage?
Yes, he
Because
did.
that would be really lame if he did that. But
He did, in fact, do that.
Face and a ponytail hanging down.
Wiggle in a walk and a giggle in a talk. Lord, make the world go
and
round, round,
let's
round.
see.
You got to do some Richie Valens.
Give me a second. Give me a second.
I can't. There's nothing in this world like a big-eyed girl, make me act so funny, make me spend my money like a long-necked goose.
Now, why is it the first thing that I look up for Richie Valens? It's the La Bamba soundtrack, and it's all Los Lobos.
Because they had bigger hits
Yeah,
with
they had
this
the
song
bigger-
than he did.
That's true. All the Richie Valens songs that are coming up are Los Lobos.
Yep.
Come on now.
What I like. And the
That's
Big
just
Bopper
wrong.
was a big round white guy.
Yeah.
I seem to remember seeing a film of him wearing like a white tuxedo while he was doing this.
There we go. Richie Valens. Here we go. Okay.
Did the Big Bopper have any other hits?
No. Maybe the Big Bopper's wedding was it?
Well, see, Los Lobos is better. Oh, Donna, that's right. Forgot this song.
Her
This was a big
parents
hit.
wouldn't let them date because he was Mexican. They didn't want her hanging out with him.
I think I heard these songs a lot when I was growing up. Like my parents would play them. What's that?
This is live in concert at Pacoima Junior High School. Summertime Blues. Let me fast forward.
Try to get a date, boss, there's no doubt, son, you gotta work late. Sometimes I wanna, what I'm gonna do, but there ain't no cure for the summer.
Now did he write that song?
I don't think so.
No.
Because the version I remember is Blue Cheer, Summertime Blues, that kind of heavy metal sort of
Nice.
psychedelic.
Yeah, Blue Cheers.
Yeah.
Blue Cheer what?
But he was 17 when he died in the plane crash, which means this is probably when he was 16.
Probably.
A baby.
Well, now, every time I come in, your face is your hair. Come on, little baby. Let's go down.
Eddie
Anyway.
Cochran wrote Summertime Blues,
You get the idea.
I believe, way before Richie Valens or 1958. Eddie Cochran and his version of Summertime Blues. He was the original, and I remember that song now. Well, there you go.
The Big Bopper was only 28, it says here.
Yeah.
So they were 17, 22, and 20.
Yeah, I mean, just they were
Babies.
rock stars, and they were the biggest thing in the country right at that time. They were huge, And
Let's see, a texter, watching La Bamba when I was 12, not knowing he died, was heartbreaking as a child.
Oh, yeah. I guess if you did, you wouldn't.
Spoilers.
Be huge.
Are we spoiling it for everyone?
Yeah.
oh yeah,
Woody
sorry.
Allen's died.
At the end of that movie, what's it called? What is that movie called?
La Bamba.
Is it called La Bamba? At the end of La Bamba, Richie Valens dies. But you don't really see it. You see what you see is somebody receiving the news because they didn't have the budget to do a plane crash. And
Well, they had the budget for a mysterious figure meddling with the plane craft.
Waylon Jennings.
it was
And it was Hal Holbrook, shot in the
no, it was,
shadows
What's his name?
and-
Meeks. What's his name?
Joe
playing the-
Meeks.
Joe
playing the
Meeks.
part of Joe Meeks.
Yeah.
It was Hal Holbrook. Have a good flight, boys, was the last thing he said as he held up a razor.
Remember, follow the money. Yep, there you go.
You know what I think we're done with here?
Yes.
I think
Yeah.
I think we're definitely done with it.
This has been Farting Around with Carrie, Bill, and Gina on X96, Radio from Hell.
All right.
Sometime, just look up Eddie Cochran, Summertime Blues, and there's video of him doing it, and that's a great version.
We got to get this going. 877-602-9696.
Indeed.
Check in.
Check in with the Radio from Hell show. Let us know what you're doing. Are you going to be farting around today, or are you going to be doing some serious work? What do you got planned? When you check in with us, it helps us. We enjoy it. It helps us. It spurs us on to greatness here on the Radio from Hell show. So call us now, 877-602-9696.
HasterGames.com is the website. Their address is 6831 South State, of course. So you may be waking up this morning thinking, is it Groundhog Day all over again? Because days are blurring together. It's good to find new ways to stay entertained, so stop staring at those electronic screens, unplug, and interact with actual human beings. We're talking about board games from Haster Games in Midvale, of course. They have the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons & Dragons, which is suddenly hip again because good-looking people are playing it, Magic the Gathering. You got your miniatures for the games, you got your dice for the games, and a whole lot more. This week, Pokemon, Pikachu V, Eldegoss V, Shiny Dragapult V, and Cramorant 6 V1. It's Roman numerals. Why would Pokemon do this to me? So shop online, HasterGames.com, or visit their store. Haster Games, locally owned and operated, of course, very important. 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday, 12 to 5 on Sunday. HasterGames.com at 6831 South State. Haster has it.
Is it chilly weather yet?
I think
You want to eat chili?
Well, see, I had a little argument with my wife, and I just wanted to clear this up. I know it's September.
Yeah.
That's-
I don't
that's-
think it's quite chilly weather yet.
Well, but you said
It's going to be like almost 90 today.
some friends of ours, our friends the Duncans, Linda had some surgery, so we made dinner for them. And my wife said to me a couple of days before, will you make dinner for the Duncans? And I said, yeah, sure. And I said, well, I said, what should I make? Maybe I'll make lasagna. And then I thought, no. Dave's from an Italian family. He grew up eating Italian food, and his mother cooks Italian. I'm not going to make lasagna. I know, a big pot of chili. I'll make a big pot of chili. So I have all this planned, and then the day before yesterday, I said, well, I'm going to make that chili for the Duncans tomorrow. My wife said, well, chili?
It's hot.
It's not chilly weather.
It's not chilly weather. She's
and
right.
I thought of chili when it was rain. It was rainy last week, and it was kind of rainy and drizzly. And I said chili, and then she said, "Well, it's not chilly weather." And I thought, "Come now, wait a minute though. I like a good bowl of chili anytime."
Chili is a...
Here's why actually hot weather is chilly weather.
Yeah.
Why is it that in the Latin American countries, that's where all the spicy food is?
Yeah.
It's because it's so hot, they want to sweat so that it cools them down. So make it spicy,
Yeah.
and it's chilly weather.
Yeah, I just
Boom.
I don't.
There you go.
I just don't understand why there has to be a certain weather for certain
No,
food.
it's like
if
Joe-
it's good chili,
Joe makes
anytime.
these stews, but he can only do it like in the fall and the winter.
But
Like
that's
having
mainly because he has.
stew in-
That's mainly because he has clients in town.
No, but like you don't have stew in July.
Sure
Stew
you do.
Stew is a cold weather.
That's true. We make chicken noodle soup, and
You don't ever
and
do
we
it in the
only do
summer.
that when it starts to
Yeah.
get cold.
but you can do it.
But I think that you could, and again with the spicy, that's what I think.
Well, that's fine. You guys go
making
ahead.
chili.
You guys go ahead and pigeonhole yourselves. I am going to be the guy who has grilled cheese and tomato soup any day of the
Hey,
week.
when it's 100 degrees.
No, I
outside.
had
Grilled
that a few
cheese
weeks
and-
ago. I had that a few weeks ago because we had tomatoes from Dad's garden, and we had too many.
So you made tomato
So
soup.
Sue made tomato soup, and we had grilled cheese.
By the way, you can always bring me more tomatoes.
Oh, okay. Smoked Gouda,
Yeah.
grilled cheese.
Yeah.
Awesome. Gouda.
So that's I'm going to be the guy because I like a good
You
bowl
break
of
the
chili.
rules there,
Anytime.
Bill.
Stu, you have Joe next summer.
Okay.
Right.
Have Joe make me a stew.
We'll have you over for stew.
I'm telling
I'm
you.
not following society's rules.
I'm not putting up with that chilly weather.
That's right.
I'm going to eat chili anytime I want.
Don't try to tell me.
Sometimes I felt a little tied down by a mortgage, kids. I felt
you're
tied down
you're
by.
pushing back.
That's it,
Push
baby.
back.
That's it.
Take that.
No more crap for me. I'm eating chili in the summer.
Take that, society.
In your face, man.
Always being held down by the man.
That's it. All right. Chili for me.
That's right.
Thank
Don't
you.
chain
Thank
me
you.
down with your manners.
Exactly.
I just saw this. There's pictures of Rod Stewart and his wife getting a cozy lunch date at the Subway near their Essex home. There's a picture of them sitting in the Subway. They ordered two 6-inch subs.
Really? What beverage did they have, Gina? Did they have? I don't know if Subway is a Coke or a Pepsi venue. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
I-
Just
I hope they had a cola.
you don't think of Rod Stewart as.
I don't think of Rod Stewart. Period.
And he didn't wait in a car and send his wife in.
Why would he?
He's just sitting there.
Why would he? He's a chivalrous man.
If I'm really hungry, I'll stop by the Subway. Come on, honey, let's get some.
See?
Thank you.
Let's get this over with.
Yeah, we're going to have some Mill Creek coffee. We're going to start the show officially as we drink our Mill Creek coffee. And, there was an ad for the advocates there just before we came back. We're going to have an advocate, one of those guys, probably Mark, on the radio today, I think.
Ask an advocate. You
If you
can
want to
ask
ask
an
a
attorney.
legal question, if you want any kind of a legal question, they said, the advocate said, you can do personal injury stuff because that's what we special. But any kind of a legal question, we can probably give you some guidance. So
Some direction.
be ready for that coming up. All right, we'll officially begin the show now, and then we'll go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696. Gina.
Refinance your vehicle at Cyprus Credit Union for a chance to win 2 months of payments on them. Every auto loan refinanced will require no payments for 90 days. Visit cypruscu.com to start your refi today, federally insured by NCUA.
The moon is waning. It is now in the third quarter, about 63.4% of full. The moon will set today at 11:04 a.m. Today being Wednesday. It's the third day of February in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2021, and this is day 310 of us cowering in our homes trying to hide from the coronavirus. It's also the third day of Black History Month. On this day in 1903, Jack Johnson won the Negro heavyweight boxing title. They had to have a separate title. And also on this day in 1920, the Negro Baseball League was founded. Because, again, couldn't have them playing with white players.
No, that would be terrible.
Oh. And apparently the Negro League was really very popular and
Yes.
it produced a lot of great ball players. This is the show that believes, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, in the existence of Jewish space lasers that are used by Democrats for their nefarious purposes, like starting massive laser beam fires that clear the land to make way for high-speed trains. We believe in that entirely.
Phew.
We are the Radio from Hell show, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson. I'm Bill Allred. That's Gina Barberi. We are in our homes. Katie, the brave one, and Skip and Miriam, the brave people, are in the studio in downtown Salt Lake, helping the show, keeping it running as it clicks along like the tightly wound machine that it is. Right. What are we doing now? I don't know. What do we?
Let's hear from John.
Check-ins.
John.
Let's hear from John.
Hi, John.
Hi, how are you?
Fine. Thanks for checking in with us today, John. Do you need any help with your luggage, or are you okay?
No, I'm good. I just want to say have a good day, Hendrix, and have fun at school. He always gets excited when he hears me call in, so I want to do a shout-out to my nephew.
Your nephew's
How
name
old
is
is-
Hendrix?
Hendrix, he's 3.5.
Aw.
Tiny Hendrix.
He's got a
Yep.
pretty big name for such a little guy, don't you think?
Yeah, he does, but he lives up to it.
Have a good day, Hendrix.
I would hope that when his parents or when people ask him when he's older, did you name him after Jimi Hendrix? That they reply, who?
No, the real reply should be, no, we named him after Hendrix Gin.
Yeah, let's just say I don't know who Jimi Hendrix is. Who's that? Yeah, we named him after Hendrix Jim.
But we love that gin.
Or it's an old
It's spelled
family
differently,
name.
though. It's spelled different.
But because he's going to be asked that all the time. So just tell him to say, who? I don't know who Jimi Hendrix is. All right?
Thanks, John.
Yeah, thank you.
Aren't you glad you called?
Named after Christina Hendricks.
Oh, yeah, could
Yeah.
be that.
Yeah.
Anyone else at 877-602-9696?
Shasta texting in. Good morning. Busy with schoolwork today, helping the kids with their homework. Still trying to send all this snow to Utah.
Please bring it.
It doesn't work that way. I'm sorry. It just
I keep
doesn't work that
trying.
way.
Yeah, because we could use some here. But again, I say keep it up in the mountains.
Apparently there's enough in the mountains. People are having a fairly good ski season this year.
Really
Yeah.
good. Well,
Not great.
Eh.
The snow is
I mean,
not
we've
great.
had. Well, no, it just we did not enough. We need more. We should get some more tonight, actually.
because I was looking at some of those photos from Central Park in New York City, and they had, a foot, more than a foot, it looked like, piled up on park benches. And I was just like, that should be ours, I think.
Yes.
Shouldn't it?
Well, it's just those are the breaks, aren't they? And it's
guess.
climate change, so that's
Yep.
the way it goes.
All that. Traffic, please, Gina.
Oh, let's see if that's the way traffic goes this morning. Snow's on the way. It's not here yet, so it's not affecting your drive yet. We'll have wet roads first. Rain expected until about 11, and then it could change over to snow if we can manage to get cold enough for that to happen. But no accidents to tell you about right now. If you see something you want to share with friends of the program and it's safe for you to do that, you can always text it to us, 33986, and I'll happily pass it along. Be prepared for your day. Watch 2 News this morning on KUTV2 from 4:30 to 7 a.m.
Check in from Ron the Carpenter, teacher Emily, and a texter who says, I just want to point out that if we did in fact have Jewish space lasers, there would be a lot less damn Nazis running around.
This is true.
Okay. Oh, excuse me.
What was that?
People are getting a hold of you early this morning.
People
Carrie
are
Jo.
texting me this morning. We'll have Big Boy News, things that must go, all coming up after these. And then don't forget at 7 o'clock, start thinking, ask an advocate. You can talk to a lawyer anonymously here on the radio. All right? So stand by for that. Also, boners coming up as well. And an X-Poll. Wow, it's a full show today. Stand by for all of that. Hoops Vision Correction, HOOPES Vision.com.
All right, it's time to give up. Give up, might as well. Give up your glasses, give up your contact lenses, give up living the restricted life, your restricted vision life. Hoops Vision can really help you with this. Hoops Vision, now Carrie's had the LASIK procedure, as have
Yes.
I. A lot of our family members, we've all gone to Hoops Vision. Right now is a better time than ever to get the procedure done at Hoops. With 0% financing and $800 off of LASIK or PRK. That's through the end of this month. Never been a better time to say yes to improved vision than right now. So call for your free, no obligation appointment. Absolutely free, and no pressure either. They just sit down and go over the things with you and see if this procedure is right for you. So call 877-30-LASIK, LASIK, or go to hoopsvision.com.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of 2 such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their bishop and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders. We begin our drama at the Space Bus Depot in Provo as our fine young missionaries-to-be, Lehigh Christiansen and LaRon Butch Jinson, arrive in Happy Valley and await transportation to the MTC.
Hi, I'm Lehigh Christiansen. Isn't this exciting?
Oh, is this your first time in a space bus depot?
No, I mean getting your mission call.
Well, it was either this or a stint in the Space Marines. This way I'm out in 2 years and my parents are still happy.
I've been waiting for this day since I was 8. I've been putting galactic credits into my missionary fund for the past 11 years.
Oh.
I can't wait to get into the field and start finding people to convert.
Wow, you sure are in the right place. Well, my folks promised me a new land speeder if I found some way to avoid getting sent home early.
Oh, looky, there's a droid over there holding a sign with my name on it.
Must be our escort to the MTC.
I am Decon 1. If you will follow me, I will show you to the MTC and get you settled into your quarters there.
Sure.
Yeah, whatever.
Later, we find our strapping young lads in the midst of their indoctrination. Butch has just been told that he will have Lehigh as his companion for the next 2 years.
Hey, wait a minute. 2 years with this guy?
You don't seem overly enthusiastic about the prospect of spending 2 years with me.
I'm not.
Well, I think it's a keen idea.
If you two are through, I would like to commence with your indoctrination. Here at the MTC, you will be given memory-enhancing implants. At the same time, a universal translating device will be placed inside your skull. You'll be outfitted with the latest in missionary technology, a laptop computer which contains the Bible, Book of Mormon, Pearl of Great Price, and the Doctrine and Covenants. It also serves as a holo projector to allow you to show your prospective converts those wonderful animated tales from the Book of Mormon, which have been loved by millions for centuries. You will also be issued a Mark 32 10-speed bicycle with hyperdrive and one of those cute luggage racks on the back. These bikes are capable of Warp 9.3 and have a cruising radius of over 270 parsecs. You will be shown how to properly care for your hyperbike, and you will be responsible for its upkeep. Any questions?
Yeah. Implants? Like inside my head?
Yes.
Keen, when do we start?
Will Butch let the fine folks at the MTC put equipment in his head? Will Lehigh volunteer to do it for them if it'll get him into the field faster? Does the Mark 32 Hyperbike come with a luggage rack standard, or is it a dealer add-on? Tune in next time for the answers to these questions and to hear our elders say...
What you doing, Butch?
Reprogramming my name badge so that instead of Elder LaRon Jensen, it reads Butch.
I think the manual prohibits tampering with the MTC issue equipment.
I'm sure it does. Hey, you want to help me put some fender flares on my bike?
On our next kidney-wrenching episode of Space Elders.
All right, things that must go coming up in this break. But before that, some big boy news and Opinioendo brought to you by...
Scott Hale is giving back to their customers during Free Brewery. Get a free furnace with the new central air system. Call Scott Hale 801-264-HALE.
Thank you.
Well, apparently, according to his former wife or soon-to-be ex-wife, Bill Murray is a drug-addicted abuser and serial adulterer who has abandoned his family completely. That's according to Jennifer Murray in her scathing divorce filings. Jennifer Murray alleges that the Academy Award-nominated actor's adultery, addiction, and alcohol, abusive behavior, physical abuse, and sexual addictions, and frequent abandonment led her in 2006 to move into a separate South Carolina home with the couple's 4 children. Murray contends that the comedian and actor physically abused her on several occasions during their marriage. They were wed in 1997, and that he had hit her in the face during a confrontation in 2007. During that incident, the complaint alleges that the 57-year-old performer told her, "You're lucky I don't kill you."
They've been divorced since 2008. Why is this a story now?
Bill, because it's just, I don't know. Here it is. It was in the Smoking Gun. It popped up in the story there. I never heard any of this stuff.
I have heard that he's a bully.
Yeah. not a nice guy apparently.
That's
Yeah,
what I
why
have
this
heard.
did pop
You hate to say that about a national treasure, but I have heard these stories from people.
There is no. It's funny. There's no. It doesn't say anything about that. It was filed on in the Smoking Gun. There it is, May 29th, 2008. But somebody reposted it today. So she said all of this stuff in 2008, but I'm just hearing about it.
Okay, this is
Reposted
news to Bill.
It's
That's what the
reposted
segment-
It's reposted for Groundhog Day. You know that's what happened.
Oh,
That's probably what happened.
Because
Yeah.
even we watched Groundhog Day again last night.
That's probably what happened. And I don't recall ever hearing any of that stuff in 2008. Let's see. My news feed here is getting all wonky on me. Sofia Vergara. I don't know. Is this a news story?
I don't
It's
know.
been-
Let's see.
It's been going on forever. I know that she has these frozen embryos, and she was in a court battle
Yeah.
with her ex-husband or Nick Loeb. Well, she has apparently won that court battle. Fox News, Flash Top Entertainment, and celebrity headlines are here, and they say this is current. This is headlines for February 2nd. Sofia Vergara beat out her ex, Nick Loeb, in a battle over custody right to frozen embryos. I don't know why this would ever be something that would go to court. They came from her body, and she said, I would like them...
well, they're half him. That's why. They're embryos. They're not eggs.
Oh, so they've been fertilized? Is that what you're
Yes.
saying?
An embryo is the process has begun.
Well, some of my stuff is in there,
Yes,
he said.
that's why.
I still think she would have the final say, it seems to me. They were going to use the embryos to impregnate a surrogate. The first attempt failed, and upon a second attempt, they consented to a directive for partners regarding the storage and disposition of cryopreserved materials, which may include embryos. You have to sign that. I've signed one of those somewhere along the line. I don't know.
Is your material frozen somewhere, Bill?
Somewhere.
There's frozen Bill somewhere?
Part of it's frozen inside my body, I think.
Wow. That's a neat trick.
That's odd. The founder of Utah's Evermore Fantasy Park, which has finally, now they didn't open this year because of coronavirus, but I know some people who've worked on it, and it's had a couple of 3 seasons, I think, of operation, and it gets better and better every year. The guy who started it is suing Taylor Swift.
Good luck with that.
For trademark infringement. Ken Bretschneider, the founder and CEO of Evermore Park, claims that Taylor Swift is using a brand that he has spent millions and millions of dollars on building her new album. Evermore Park started about 3 years ago as an experience and event park in Pleasant Grove. Mr. Bretschneider says that Taylor Swift's new studio album, which is titled Evermore, is a direct copyright infringement, and he is suing.
It was a word before. You didn't come up with it, sir.
It was a word, yeah.
Well, we'll see what happens.
I bet it goes nowhere.
My guess is she's never heard of the park.
No.
Brett Schneider says he owns 4 trademarks on the word Evermore around merchandise and live performances. I don't know why her legal team went out and decided to file a bunch of trademarks, so they have to be fully aware of our trademarks. Oh, he said they went out and filed trademarks on the album, so they had to be aware of our trademarks, he said, and that's the basis of the lawsuit. Let's see, coronavirus briefing here in America. We're talking a lot about, in the New York Times, they're talking a lot about inequality in vaccines. The pandemic has disproportionately harmed low-income communities of color, and yet people from wealthier largely white neighborhoods are taking an outsized share of the vaccines. How does that happen? I don't think it even happens consciously. It's just people of color in poor neighborhoods get more. People of color in poor neighborhoods get marginalized.
It's things like, how do you sign up to get on the list? Well, you have to go online to do that. Maybe they don't have access to
the internets. Yeah,
it's as simple as that.
So we take those things those things should be taken into account, and extra effort should be made to get that process, make that process available to low-income, poorer neighborhoods and neighborhoods of color. In Washington, D.C., a clinic that serves a largely black population noticed an influx of white people when it began giving out vaccines. A sign-up link brought a stampede of people from wealthy Dallas suburbs to a site in a predominantly African-American and Latino neighborhood. And in Los Angeles, a neighborhood where 97% of the residents are of color, young white vaccine chasers from other neighborhoods are showing up and camping out at clinics hoping for soon-to-expire shots that aren't being used.
Well, I mean, I think that it's true that there are some people who just don't have access to the internet.
Well, then we have to make sure that they know another way.
We have those in Utah here. We have that mobile health project. That shouldn't just be for distributing vaccine, that they should go into low-income neighborhoods, and you can sign up there. You come to the truck, and they have internet access there, and they will sign you up. And they may be doing that. I don't know.
Salt Lake, I think, tries to address that situation and help out with it. Although I don't know how. We'll have to ask the county next time we talk to the mayor if they're doing something about that as well. One final thing. Hogle Zoo has named their new baby zebra.
Okay.
We talked about it last week, I think. They asked the public. They gave the public a list of proposed names, and the public has spoken. The new baby zebra will be named Zion.
Really?
Okay.
Zion. Yeah.
All right. It's kind of a weird name.
It will mean a lot.
Zebra.
Well, I think they should have named him Hendrix, frankly. But no, it's Zion.
After the gin. They should have named him after the gin.
After Christina Hendricks.
Because everyone knows that zebras love gin.
Yes.
So anyway, that's okay. It's Zion. That's going to cause him troubles as he gets older, but it's the way it goes.
Yeah.
All right, that's it.
All right. Sports weather traffic.
Well, Utah Jazz bounced back from their Sunday loss to the Denver Nuggets with a well-balanced 117-105 win over the Detroit Pistons on Tuesday night at Vivint. That had people there watching, more, like twice as many as they had previously. So they play again tomorrow. They play the Hawks tomorrow at 5:30. That's sports weather. So it's really warm right now. It's almost 50 degrees right now this morning, and that means when the weather starts, it will be rain instead of snow. We're expecting rain, a 40% chance of it, between 11 and 2, and then around 2 o'clock, if it gets cold enough, that rain could change over to snow. Hopefully
that's the way that happens, huh?
Yeah. I'm hoping it gets cold enough for snow. I'm not super hopeful, but at least in the mountains, we should get some. Traffic, we've had fairly light issues this morning. I'm going to refresh my UDOT website here, give you the most up-to-date information, which is there are no accidents as far as UDOT is concerned. But is that true as far as you are concerned? I don't know. You need to text us and let us know if it's safe for you to do that. 33986. Scott Hale is giving back to their customers during Free Brewery. Free. Follow Scott Hale on Facebook and Instagram to be the first to win a new Free Brewery offer with Scott Hale.
All right. Things that must go now, brought to you by...
Illusionist Scott Sylvan invites you on a virtual journey in this astonishing evening of mentalism and illusion, February 9th through the 14th. Tickets at utahpresents.org.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
These are things that are really bugging you. You can't stand it anymore. And so you send them to us here at Radio from Hell. You put "must go" in the subject line of an email and send it to radiofromhell@x96.com. And hopefully, if we get yours and read it on the air, it'll make you feel better about this thing that's bugging you. And maybe, just maybe, that thing will magically disappear from your life. Jeannie, you want to begin?
Sure. Just one thing from me first. We're all doing better with wearing the masks.
Yes.
I'm noticing it at the grocery stores and things, and that's great.
All right.
If you need to talk to somebody, you don't pull down the mask to talk to them.
No, you don't need to.
I see this at
I'm
the
sorry,
grocery
Carrie, I
store.
couldn't hear. What did you say? You're wearing a mask. I can't understand what
I'm
you're
saying you don't need to pull your mask down.
No, I think, pull your mask down. I can't understand you.
The point is, you keep it covered, especially when you're talking. I've also seen people pull it down to sneeze.
That's
Achoo!
completely the.
Well,
that's
I don't
not,
want.
I don't want all that snot in my mask.
It's defeating the purpose. I know it sounds gross to sneeze into your, but that's why it's there. So you're doing great. We just need to take it the next step further with leaving it there for talking and sneezing and coughing.
Could you pull your mask down? Oh, you want to be politically correct? Okay. Pull your mask down.
This one from a friend of the program, it's not so much a must go. It's more of a suggestion that I think we should perhaps talk about later amongst the show. This says, I'm a longtime listener and I appreciate the local radio programming, offering a reprieve from the constant bombardment of conservative sentiment we're subjected to daily here in Utah. However, as I've listened to both Radio from Hell and the music on X96 throughout the day, I've noticed an alarming trend.
What?
There are far more male voices being aired, and that simply must go. As much as I adore Gina, it would be refreshing if she wasn't outnumbered and if more female guests were featured on the show. I love Amy Donaldson. Let's have more local women and more diverse opinions on things, or just space to rant. And is it just my imagination, or are there more male-led bands being played? I know you play Billie Eilish a lot, but there are a lot of alternative female bands that should get playtime as well. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'd feel better if the station took a moment to assess if women are getting more radio time. I think this is a good suggestion.
Well, I think we need to hire a diversity officer to work alongside Todd as the program director.
Yeah, as far as music goes, that's out of our wheelhouse. That's not our control. That's something you talk to Todd and Corey about.
But we can look at having more female guests on, I think.
I don't think we should.
Yeah.
when they are experts and available, yes, we do.
This from Lexa, things that must go. Big brand names like Adidas and Nike thinking it's cool to sell face masks for $20 each. They aren't any better than the store-bought cloth masks. You only get one for $20. You're paying for the brand name on it. She doesn't like that.
Well, it's like this one that I got.
Yeah,
with the Star Trek logo on it. It was $20, and it's useless. It's completely
you hate
useless.
that one.
Yeah.
All right, is that it, Gina?
Yes.
Let's see. I've got one of my own. It is when you do this with your phone. You have a smartphone and you pick it up and you look at the screen and then you say, "Well, what was I going to look up? What was I going to?" And you stare at the screen, and you just stare at the screen for. It's like that same thing, like when you walk in a room and then you think, "Why did I come in here? I forget why I even came into this room." It's the same thing. That's got to go. This one, and I really agree with this one. The word minky must go. I see ads and hear promos for minky couture, and I just can't stand that word. And putting that word with the word couture, no. Make it stop, please. Something about that word.
It's a business that has chosen that for their name.
Something about that word creeps me out, too, and I don't know why. The word minky.
They're very soft blankets, though. They're very, very soft.
I don't have to worry about this because I doubt they'll ever advertise on our station. So
here's Please Don't Use My Name. My list of things that must go is admiring people who have accomplished so much and then seeing that they don't wear masks and they're just living their best lives. Seeing affluent Utah real estate investors on their social media sites in close proximity, think private plane, restaurants, etc., attending large events, none wearing masks except the servers and the hotel staff. Ugh! This raises the question, so if you are ultra-wealthy, are you immune to COVID? And anxiety about the state population growth must go, lack of snow must go, and the impending drought must go. Loving the Nextdoor app, also paranoid constantly because of all the posts about crime.
Yeah.
Must go too. And finally this, it doesn't matter if you use my first name, as I'm going to change every other name where relevant. Getting pronouns wrong must go. Dear Mary, you have been one of my best friends for almost as long as I can remember, and I want you to know that I am grateful that you felt you could trust me enough to come out as trans to me. As you transition from a man to a woman, I want you to know that I will always be there to support you. I will try to call you by your preferred name and pronoun going forward, but I am going to screw up sometimes. I apologize in advance for when that happens. And it's just not personal. It's just that old habits are hard to break. I really am going to try, it says, because you are my friend, and you deserve to be happy.
There you go.
All right, that's it. Terry?
This one from our family. As you know, it's rough times up here on Mount Doom.
I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you get by.
Well, with this whole quarantine thing, and we haven't been leaving the house or going to dinner, to parties, or anything, so. Sue and I have become something that I was afraid would happen.
Uh-oh.
We become puzzle people.
Jeez, oh no, really?
Embarrassing. No, when she first said, we're puzzle people now, I was like, no. But you know what? Now that I'm immersed in puzzle society and lifestyle, I get it now. And it's actually kind of fun.
I shouldn't puzzle shame you?
No, puzzle shame me. It's actually kind of fun. But, we did this one. It was a 1,000-piece puzzle with 1,000 Simpsons characters on it, and so it was really hard because it was mostly yellow, But it was fun, and we just finished doing one that was pinball machine art. That was like 75 different pinball machines on it, and so we put it together. But things that must go puzzle-related, the puzzle lint. That's the debris in a new puzzle from the pieces being cut. It gets everywhere. You just can't get rid of it. And the worst part is on the box of the puzzle, if there's like a fake sticker on it that covers up the puzzle,
oh, yeah.
I can't see what it is. Yeah, you're excited that it's 1,000 pieces, but you're covering up a whole corner there, and I can't see what I'm supposed to be building. So that makes it a little harder. Anyway, so there's that. This one from somebody who is required to go into their office. Every Monday morning, there are dangerously low levels of soap in the bathroom, on Monday morning specifically. 3 sinks and at least 2 are completely empty. And the third one is the very last one. You just get traces of soap. Why can't the building maintenance people do it on the end of business Friday so that people before 10 a.m. on Monday can wash their hands? All right. Let's see, this one from Paul. Few phrases that must go. At the end of the day, what it boils down to.
Yep.
Unless you're literally talking about the end of the day, or boiling something in a pot down to its core, please stop using these comments.
Yep.
Also, the non-literal use of literally. That one from Paul. Let's see, this one from Anonymous. My thing that must go, my roommate leaving behind cigarette burns and black mold in the carpet.
Ooh.
And COVID candy cane's got to go because Bill can't tell the difference between the flavors of black licorice and strawberry. So that was your candy cane test from weeks ago, just so you remember.
All right.
Let's see, this one from Devin. Yeah, there's a couple of those that just don't really relate to folks. I ruin every craft project. I'm not an artistic or creative person, but the older I get, I find that I believe in myself more. I know that I can make or craft some cool things. I don't care if what I make is simple, as long as I can feel proud of what I made. Wood splitting must go, though. drill bits breaking the wood. Oh, and spilled paint. So his crafting situation is out of control. Hey, Devin, why don't you become a puzzle person? It's less messy.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
Traffic, please.
Only one accident reported by UDOT right now. It's a crash southbound Legacy Parkway, milepost 10 at 1400 South in Farmington. The right shoulder affected there. Folks saying that Weber, Davis County starting to see some rain, so that may start causing some traffic issues. But so far, so good. I'm not seeing anything. If you see something you want to share, and it's safe for you to do that, 33986.
All right. We do have coming up after this, Ask an Advocate. So right now, 877-602-9696. Line up. You can talk to an attorney, get some advice about just about anything, really. So, get ready to call in, 877-602-9696. It's free to get advice from an attorney. The only price you have to pay is we get to listen in. So be anonymous if you'd like. Also, Boners Round 1 coming up. Stand by for all of that. Harmon's.
Yeah, listen, for Valentine's Day, Harmon's has everything you could possibly want for your Valentine. Everything. You can make a delicious dinner with the groceries you would get at Harmon's. They have fresh, beautiful flowers. They have chocolates. I mean, they gave us a list of some of the... Gina, read some of those things.
Sure. Well, they have the V chocolates. They have these little chocolate-covered pretzels that are my favorite.
Oh, yes, those are good.
So good. Ruby Snap cookies. They have locally made caramels. And their specialty cheeses and charcuterie boards. They can make up a nice platter for you. They can get lobster tails. My husband will get those sometimes and make those.
Nice.
And you can have these all delivered. So if you use the code FREEDELIVERY60, Harmon's will just bring it right to your house.
Free delivery 60? That's terrific. Now, Harmon's for Valentine's Day. If you want to go in person and look around, it's pretty good. It's pretty safe to do that at Harmon's. They take great care of you. You can also just go to harmonsgrocery.com. I have to go over to the stairwell here and tell Chainsaw Guy that we're ready for him.
To come over?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
right.
I'll do that.
So this is usually it's a best question of the week, but this week it's Chainsaw Guy is going to be answering questions from you, our listeners. So Katie has some emailed with Chainsaw Guy. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm right here, ready to go.
All right. Well, then let's start.
Hey, wait, who's that?
That's Katie.
Oh, hey, Katie.
Long time no see.
I love Katie. You love haunted houses, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Well, we've worked together, actually, Katie. I was the Chainsaw Guy at your haunted house when you worked over there at the Nightmare on 13th.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep, all right. Well, I got a couple questions for you, sir.
Okay.
So, this one comes from Derek. It says, I know everyone is sick of hearing about COVID and the issues of mask wearing, but you being a person who wears a mask that I would assume would wear it always, what do you have to say to those people who believe this ridiculous idea that people cannot function normally with masks on?
Well, I don't know about functioning normally, but I know that mask wearing is very important. You can put your eye down with something. Or if you don't put your eye down with something, you might take a bite. You gotta be careful. Watch it and pull. The mask is very thorough. And then you get on the mask. You can wear it. You can have it back. You can, but you gotta be careful. And let's be very careful. And watch out for the build-up of mold.
Oh.
Build-up of
mold.
What?
Mold. Okay. Behind the mask, you get some mold occasionally.
Okay.
All right. All right, I got another question then.
What?
So, what sort of advice could you give a guy who spent all of his rent money on lottery tickets, and now that rent is coming up and all of his money is in Chevron, he has no idea what to do?
tough, tough, tough. Next question.
Next question.
Next.
I don't have anything to say right now. Come on.
You don't have anything to say
No,
about that?
whatever.
No?
No.
That's it?
You got to build up a bold.
All right, final question, sir.
Okay, I'm ready. Wait a minute.
Do you have a favorite chili recipe?
Oh. Do I ever? I'm telling you, what you do is you take a tailbone and you get your tail and home. And then, lay it from and tilt and turn and turn. And then you take a takeoff and and then you get my favorite recipe is that tailbone. And then you have, and then take a bag of food and empty them. And then it's a Denison's. Delicious. Denison's.
All right.
Canned chili.
Well, Chainsaw Guy, I know you've been super busy. This is your busy time of year, and for you to take just a few minutes with us every year at Halloween, it doesn't feel like Halloween unless we talk to you, and you are always so helpful and have great advice.
Well, thank you. I've got to go back and work on. I'm remodeling my rec room, you know.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I got to go back to work on that. I built this display case for all of my old Playboy magazines, and now I'm going to build a little rack where I can where I put all my Perry Como records.
Perry Como records.
Perry Como. Listen, you put on a Perry Como and open a Playboy. Can of Denison's and I'm set.
Okay.
See you later.
Happy Halloween,
Happy
Chainsaw Guy.
Halloween, sir.
Okay, Katie, go ahead and hit that, and we'll get started here.
The following is a sponsored feature.
We have on the phone with us Mark from the Advocates, I believe. Good morning, Mark. How are you?
Good. How are you guys doing?
We're doing well. Now, the Advocates, of course, we've been associated with you guys for a long time. We're very familiar with what kind of work you do and the good work that you do helping people with insurance claims and things like that when they've been in an accident. And if you have any questions for Mark of the Advocates, you can call us at 877-602-9696. But we've mentioned before in commercials we've done for you that you've helped out members of our staff, and Katie, our producer, is one such case. How did that all come about, and what happened? Who wants to start, Katie or Mark?
Well, I can tell you about the accident really fast.
Okay.
I was coming off the freeway, and I had stopped behind a few cars at a red light, and I was on an off-ramp. And the guy behind me just wasn't paying attention, and he slammed right into the back of me.
Mm-hmm.
And I knew at that point that my back, I hit my head really hard on the back seat. On the headrest. My back and my hips were really messed up because I ended up holding the brake really hard, and so it shifted everything. And I I remember Sarge being like, "Hey, just call the advocates."
So why did you? But why not just Mark? Why should she not have just dealt with this herself? Say, well, here's my insurance, here's your insurance, and why turn to the advocates in a case like that?
Well, the reason that we always tell people to is because insurance companies, believe it or not, try and take advantage of people.
No.
And so, so we always say it's best to get a lawyer, especially if you're injured like Katie said that she was.
Mm-hmm.
And that way you have someone that's fighting on your behalf and making sure that your medical bills get covered, and really that you can just focus on getting better.
Because medical bills can be really complicated. You don't ever just get one bill from the hospital. Here's everything on one bill. It comes from all these different places, and it's easy to lose track of, right?
Right, yep, and all of our clients say that exact same thing. They say, look, we're getting just bombarded with mail and bills. So we always tell them it's nice to have an attorney so that they can just turn those over to us. We worry about those, and then at the completion of their case, when they've been released from treatment, we make sure that all of the bills are paid, and then that they get compensated for the pain and suffering that the accident has caused them.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really nice because throughout the entire thing, like once you've started your case with, say, like I did with Mark, I didn't worry about anything. I was just focused on getting better, going to physical therapy. And then, once a month or so, I'd get a call from Mark or his assistant. Hey, how are you? You doing okay? You guys still doing treatment? What's going on? So they would keep up and reach out.
Mark, that's a case like Katie's. That's pretty cut and dried in a way. You could say, yes, definitely, that the other driver was at fault, and so yes, we will take Katie's case. And what happens? Are there some things where it's more of a gray area? Can you give us some examples of that?
For sure, there's a lot of cases that come in that we screen. And some of them are cases we can't help them out with, and if we can't help them, then we give them advice and they go on their way. Mm-hmm. Other cases that might be more difficult as far as liability would be a lot of times if someone's turning left, if they're in a light and they're turning left, and a car has a green light and they come through and collide. Mm-hmm. Those can be more difficult cases where sometimes no one knows who was at fault because there might be a dispute as who had a red light or who had a green light. And so those would be a situation we always encourage people just to call in and we can talk to them about it. And a lot of times, even if we're not sure if it's a case, we'll still take the case on and investigate it and get the police report and see if there's any way that we can help the people.
Is that pretty common to the way you handled Katie's case? I guess she didn't get special treatment because she worked for us, did she?
Oh no, we
definitely
took care of her, obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah, we try and give everybody the same level of treatment. One of our founder's goals when Matt started the firm was he wanted it to be a place where we were different from other law firms in the aspect of that the person was actually going to have communication with their attorney. They weren't just going to be talking to a staff member the whole time, but they were actually going to get one-on-one contact with their attorney.
It's Matt. How is Matt, by the way?
He's doing good. Yeah, Matt's doing great.
Yeah, he's. You talked to the founder of the Advocates, Matt Driggs, right? Matt Driggs, is that right?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, and he, you just takes you about 5 minutes to go, oh, this guy is just a straight shooter, nice guy, and wants to make sure that things are done correctly. Well, I mean, there's your example. That's one of our staff members, Katie, our fine producer. She got a settlement, and everything was taken care of, right, Katie? Yep. What? Don't just nod. You could. It's the radio.
Everything was taken care of. It was completed. I had no hassle, and I actually had to have Mark help me on another case after that last Christmas.
Well, you're becoming quite the. You're addicted to the legal system now, aren't you?
No.
All right, Mark. Thanks a lot for checking in with us. The Advocates, 801-355-5550, or you can go to their website 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. UtahAdvocates.com. Thanks, Mark.
All right, thank you, Mark.
Yeah, thank you guys. Have a good day.
Traffic, please, Gina.
Yeah, only one accident to tell you about. It's a crash. Legacy Parkway, milepost 10. That's 1400 south in Farmington, off to the right shoulder. Friends of the program saying it's snowing and hailing in Park City, and snowing in Evanston, up to Evanston. So that could be coming our way. Rain in Layton and South Ogden. Another friend of the. So we have weather alerts, I guess, happening for you.
Yes.
Those are great. You can send those in. 33986. Just make sure it's safe for you to do that while you're driving. And that's all I've got. That's traffic.
All right.
We've got Boners Round 1 coming up. Here are the candidates that you will be considering. Boner candidate number 1 is, he was looking at me funny. Boner candidate number 2, never mess with a swastika enthusiast. And boner candidate number 3, I am sorry and embarrassed by the fact that I'm a dyed-in-the-wool racist, apparently.
Boners Round 1, Big Boy News, Opinnuendo, all coming up after these. Stand by. Now a message from the Department of Workforce Services.
Well, they've got the job fair coming up on Thursday.
Tomorrow, isn't it? Yeah, tomorrow.
Thursday is when that is, the virtual job fair. It's now you can go to jobs.utah.gov, set up a little an account, kind of, and that'll get you all the information you need and entrance into the job fair. They're going to have like 100 different employers there. Again, this is virtual. You can do it online.
And it's free. It doesn't cost you anything. This is a good chance for you to maybe shop yourself around to maybe a new career. Maybe not just a new job, but a totally new career. And you can do that. You don't have to have any training in a lot of cases. They'll pay you while they train you.
And it's so pre-register right now at jobs.utah.gov. I think there is a cutoff. Let's see, it says 2/4. I think at noon is the cutoff time for doing this. You can find out all about it at jobs.utah.gov. From celebrities to moms right here in Utah, more and more women are consuming their placentas in pill form.
Don't do that.
Listen, I want you to hear
Okay,
these.
wait, don't go on. Even if there's something about eating your placenta, you would have to do it the way your dog does it when she has puppies.
Yep.
If there's anything to it, drying it out and putting it in a pill kills whatever good thing you think it does.
Medical expert Gina Barberi, listen to the testimonies of these women,
All
Gina.
right.
The placenta, for those of you who don't know, is an organ that grows inside the uterus while a baby is developing. The placenta gives nutrients to the baby, and some believe...
Some believe.
People are saying, and I'm hearing.
Ms. Barberi, not among them.
No.
But some people are saying, and I'm hearing, and I have the tendency to believe when some people say and I hear, and then I believe, that it is also capable of giving mom key nutrients even after it, that is the placenta, and the baby are delivered. Quote, so what happens is, studies show that about 72 hours after delivery, once the placenta is delivered, hormone levels drop, said Rachel Talley, a midwife, Gina, and herbalist. Are you either of those two things?
Wow, a midwife and an herbalist.
Are you?
I am neither of those.
All right then.
Are there any,
I let you take out your credentials and show me.
Are there any doctors or scientists around?
Carrie?
Studies,
Carrie?
Studies?
Studies say,
Herbalist.
according to this midwife
And
and herbalist,
a study could be,
Okay.
I've studied things, and that's
it takes 4 to 12 weeks statistically, said an herbalist and midwife, for the body to and the endocrine system to start producing these hormones again. So what we're really doing is natural hormone therapy. After Miranda Hansen delivered her second child, she said she felt the despair of postpartum creeping back in. The first 5 days was like a flashback, she said. But after taking her first placenta pill, she says, so here's evidence right here.
Okay.
The symptoms softened in just 20 minutes. It was like this fog that was lifted, she said. It was like a breath, like it was totally like, I could just like feel like it was clear. It was
Couldn't
like
possibly be
amazing.
that you were thinking that would happen, so it happened.
Oh, my
That you were
God,
sold.
you are so negative. Miranda says she bonded with her baby, got back on her feet quicker, and dropped her baby weight faster after taking the pills. Other moms, like Melinda Dratchell, also weighed in. I'm a big fan of Western, like modern medicine, she said. I'm all about the epidural, which I know you are, Gina.
Big fan of the epidural.
But she said the placenta pills worked for her. It was a little strange at first when I started
And
talking.
they kept the
taking them.
cougars away, and they kept...
Rachel Talley charges midwife and herbalist charges. What are you charging for this advice, Gina? Huh?
It's free.
She charges $250. Okay.
How much
and
does she
that's what it's
charge?
worth. And that's what it's worth.
How much does she
It's-
charge? I'm
That's
curious.
what your advice is worth. Because her advice, midwife and herbalist, $250 for her services. She said a placenta typically yields about 200 to 300 pills. Some hospitals won't release the placenta, but if they do, and if it's handled correctly, the health department said they don't see a risk in consuming your own placenta, but they do caution folks not to share their placenta with somebody else.
Please let me have some of your
No.
placenta.
No.
Come on.
No, don't share. No placenta sharing out there. Okay. Rachel Talley, midwife, herbalist, and placenta encapsulator.
And making money off of it.
She is.
Wait, that couldn't possibly have anything to do.
She is a placenta encapsulator as well.
A placebo encapsulator.
Yeah.
All right, 7:21 right now. Time for round one of your boner voting. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. And you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. Winning here secures it a spot in Boner Dome. Yes, not Boner of the Day yet. Round 2 comes up at 8:20 with 3 more candidates. We get a winner there as well. We take the winner of each round and put them both against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day for today, February 3rd. Right now, you need to pick a champion from this, round 1, to send forward. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive
tickets to see illusionist Scott Sylvan inviting you on a virtual journey in the astonishing evening of Mentalism and Illusion, February 9th through 14th. Tickets at utahpresents.org.
I saw that guy. He was very, very, very good. So it should be a good show. Boner candidate number 1. He was looking at me funny. A garbage man in England. I think he's responsible for dust bins.
Isn't it a rubbish man?
Probably a rubbish man. has been fired because he was caught on camera going all kung fu crazy on a snowman that a family had built in their front yard.
I watched this, yes.
Footage shows the orange uniformed trash worker delivering half a dozen kicks, including some Bruce Lee-worthy roundhouses to the 6-foot snowman, decapitating the snowman, and ultimately reducing it to half of its former nature. The snowman had been built by neighborhood kids in the town of Hereford, a cathedral town near the Welsh border, after a recent blizzard. Taylor said her 3-year-old son Joseph always waves to the trash haulers every week when they come. Well, now, maybe not so much, because he destroyed that snowman right in front of my young son's face.
Well, and if you watch the video, he starts off with the head.
Mm-hmm.
Then he does his job emptying the bins. Mm-hmm. And then just as they're getting ready to leave, he decides to go in for the body. You know, so he thought about it.
Well, he was fired, but his excuse is, that snowman was looking at me funny. It's boner candidate number 1. There's boner candidate number 2. This should be a really good lesson for everybody, by the way. Never, ever mess with a swastika enthusiast.
No,
someone who has said, you know what I do in my off time? I'm a swastika enthusiast. The unarmed woman who was shot in the back after tearing down a Nazi flag flying in front of a Oklahoma home has sued the assailant for negligence, according to court records. In a January 28th district court petition, Kendall McVeigh, who is 26, accuses Alexander Feaster of acting with reckless disregard in connection with the shooting last year outside of Mr. Feaster's home in the town of Hunter, a population of 173 people. McVeigh was at a party across from Mr. Feaster's house last June when she crossed the street at about 3 in the morning and grabbed one of the 2 swastika flags that were flying outside of his residence. As McVeigh fled with the flag, Mr. Feaster came running out of the house with his AR-15 and decided to shoot at her. Without warning, the 45-year-old Feaster fired at least 7 shots at Ms. McVeigh, who was hit several times in the back and lower abdomen and legs. According to a probable cause statement, police found McVeigh in a ditch across from Mr. Feaster's property. Feaster was arrested following the incident. He was charged with assault and battery with a deadly weapon, which is a felony. Investigators allege that Feaster was aware of the party across the street and was lying in wait for someone to come across the street and mess with his flags.
It was bait. He was baiting
Yeah,
people.
he was pretty sure. That's what they're saying. He was pretty sure that would happen. Mr. Feaster is free on $75,000 bond. He's scheduled for a hearing next month, but she's not waiting for that. The victim is not waiting for that. She's suing as well. But, you know, this could have been avoided. Just never mess with a swastika enthusiast. Boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. I'm sorry and embarrassed by the fact that I'm a dyed-in-the-wool racist.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by...
The key to good sex is good communication. Unlock your best pleasure at Black Velvet Boutique, Utah's locally owned by women sexual wellness resource. Open 7 days a week, 595 South State in Clearfield, and online at blackvelvetboutique.com.
American treasure Dolly Parton recently turned 75. She is eligible to be inoculated against COVID-19, but she hasn't gotten a shot yet. She told CNN, even though she donated $1 million to vaccine development. Well, gosh, I'm going to get it, though, she said. I just don't want to jump the line.
That should get you a free shot. If $1 million bucks, Dolly,
I did not donate the money so that I could be protected. I did it to help everybody, not just myself.
Aw.
In typical Parton style, she gave the 7-figure sum to help partly fund creation of the Moderna vaccine. It was a sideline effort by the country music legend, not unlike another project that Parton spoke about with CNN, reworking her famous song 9 to 5 from 5 to 9. A website building and e-commerce platform, Squarespace's Super Bowl. So she's doing a Super Bowl ad. That's what the story
basically,
said.
that's the story.
Doing a Super Bowl ad.
Working 5 to 9. See, because you get a second job. You work your regular job 9 to 5, and then you get another job working 5 to, like in the evening. That's, you see what.
Thank you.
And you have Squarespace because you can have the little thing where you can, charge people.
You ought to do a
stuff.
Super Bowl ad, Gina.
5 to 9. What
You'd be
a way
great.
to make more of a living with your second job. It ain't.
A medical worker, the vaccine being developed by the University of Oxford and AstraZeneca not only protects people from serious illness and death, but substantially slows the transmission of the COVID virus. That's according to a new study, a finding that underscores the importance of mass vaccination as a path out of the pandemic. The study, which is done by researchers at Oxford, is the first to document evidence that any coronavirus vaccine can reduce transmission of the virus as well. Not just protect you, but also prevent you from transmitting the virus to other people.
Nice.
Researchers measured the impact on transmission by swabbing participants every week, asking them to detect signs of the virus. If there was no virus present, even if someone is infected, it can't be spread. So they found a 67% reduction, a 67% reduction in positive swabs among those who were vaccinated. So when will the pandemic be over?
Do we have a date yet? Because I would
Well,
like to put
a
that
Utah
on the
lawmaker
calendar.
is going to set one.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I'd like to.
Oh, okay.
He's
This should
going
be
to define
interesting.
when the state will hit herd immunity, and then that would allow for lifting of restrictions like mask wearing and limitations on businesses.
Because we
House
can tell
Bill
these
2
things in the future. We don't need the past to base that on.
House Bill 294, sponsored by Representative Paul Ray, would specify that 1.7 million Utahns, after 1.7 million Utahns receive either the first dose of the vaccine or recover from COVID-19, at that point the state's public health emergency powers would be terminated.
Why don't we ask the health department when they think we'll reach a point where
Also,
that
Paul, have you heard of Interstate 15?
yeah. People go and the airport. There's the airport.
The airport. Have you
Here's
heard
what
of the
Ray
airport?
says about it.
Okay.
I think people need to know that there's a point that we can open up our businesses and get rid of the mask mandate. Everybody's always welcome to wear a mask if they want to, but these mandates will go away at that herd immunity point, which still probably puts us in early summer before that happens. Now, what he's had COVID too, by the way.
Ugh.
Yeah, so he's good.
Now, 2 News says,
Yeah.
aren't you kind of rushing this,
Yeah.
or isn't it kind of premature to define the end of the pandemic? No, I don't think so. Because, I mean, the recommendation from the health department, so he says that the recommendation of the health department is 1.6 million people. I'm going 100,000 more than that.
Why
1.7
don't we
million.
just wait till we get there and then see how things are? Why do we have to have legislation right now that says
Yeah. Why is this necessary?
So we can
to
move
legislate?
on.
Well, why can't we just wait for that number to
You
happen?
peop-
Why do you have to have that in a law of some kind?
The economy. It's the economy.
Well, then let's get these vaccines out to people. How about you do that? Make it easier for people to get the vaccine, rather than just online. Maybe there's another way to do this. That's, why don't you get veterinarians to be able to administer the vaccines? They're
Terry,
good at giving
animals
shots.
don't need the COVID vaccine.
But they get
Terry,
shots,
but they'll
though.
give you the shot in the back of your neck, and that
Yeah,
doesn't
well,
feel
at
so
least
good.
it's getting
I'll just
in
grab
you,
it.
and that's the important thing, right?
I'm tired of being scruffed by my veterinarian.
So rather than putting some sort of imaginary deadline out there, why don't you work on getting to that point?
There's nothing imaginary about it.
Putting-
It's 1.7 million people.
Well, then let's get those people vaccinated quicker. I
That's
know
what
we
I
can
want.
do it quicker, you know?
Mike Lee, Senator Mike Lee,
Oh, boy.
has opposed every single cabinet nominee that Joe
course he
Biden
has.
has.
Well,
That Joe
and that's because none of them are qualified.
Mike Lee has opposed every single cabinet nominee that Joe Biden has proposed, except for Pete Buttigieg. It's the only one he has found that he would be able to support, he said. Lee has been one of just two senators, the other being Josh Hawley of Missouri, who have opposed all of Biden's nominees to this point. Lee gave a variety of reasons for his votes, saying he had no overarching philosophical opposition to Biden's nominee. Sure. The Senate voted 86-13 to confirm Buttigieg, making him the first openly gay person confirmed to a cabinet position. He is so what he's going to be Secretary of Transportation, right? Akon Carroll, who's a spokesman for Lee, said Senator Lee was encouraged by his questioning with Mr. Buttigieg in committee, particularly with his answers on the problem of increasing the gas tax, and he's hopeful he can find more common ground with him as secretary. Let's see. Finally, we got time for one more.
Quick one, yeah. 1 minute.
Well, it's going to really hurt tourism. Amsterdam is going to move the red light district.
Now, I heard that there was talk about this. This is really happening.
They're going to move it out of the city center, and it is literally right in the center of the city right now.
Yeah.
Amsterdam officials have agreed on a proposal by the city's mayor to shutter the famous red light district's brothels and move sex workers out of the city center. As of Thursday, the majority of Amsterdam's city council said they were in favor of creating a new erotic center outside of the central district. Probably, put it over in the warehouse district. Down by the railroad tracks is where they'll under the overpass. That's where it'll end up. So they are going to move it out of the city. I was kind of surprised that it was so. I mean, we stayed in this beautiful hotel right on the central square of the city.
Yeah.
The Krasnopolsky was the name of the hotel.
Nice.
Elegant old world hotel, and right behind it. There's the red. I said, "Well, where is the red light district? How do you find it?" And the manager of the hotel said, "Oh, it's just right there, right there.
You don't have to
right
go
behind
around
us.
the corner. It's right over there.
Right there."
Yep.
So they're going to move it somewhere out of the way, and they're tightening up their marijuana laws too.
Yeah.
I don't know if they've done it yet, but Amsterdam is talking about. Say, let's stop letting foreigners come here and just get as high as they want.
Well, and
this is for locals only.
Yeah, that's been the problem, is that tourists, Americans, go in and abuse the privilege and make it bad for the locals. Weather, traffic.
Well, hearing from lots of friends of the program about snow, they say it's snowing in Layton and South Ogden and Riverdale, Roy area.
Do you believe those
Ogden.
people?
Yeah, these are all good people. Heavy
Okay.
rain-snow mix between Ogden and, let's see, lots of people sending that in. So we're having weather events, and they could be contributing to your commute this morning. Accident with emergency vehicles on site, Highland Drive 20th East, the west side of the road, just south of 215. Traffic backed up both directions. That also comes to us from an alert friend of the program that's sending us information. If you have a weather update or a traffic update or just updates in general, those can always be sent to us via text if it's safe for you to do that, 33986. Scott Hale is giving back to their customers during Free Brewery. Get a free furnace with a new central air system. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
All right.
Here's boner candidate number 3. I am sorry and embarrassed by the fact that apparently I'm just a dyed-in-the-wool racist. Morgan Wallen, 27-year-old country music person. He was going to be on Saturday Night Live and then it surfaced that he was seen partying without a face mask.
Oh, that's
And-
the guy?
Yeah, and so they said, we don't want you to come on the show.
But they had him
And
back.
And now
Mhm.
he has apologized after he was heard on tape using the N-word in a recording made by a neighbor and posted on TMZ this week, using the slur as he just had a chat with friends after returning to his home in Nashville, I think it is. The apology came after Wallen was heard on the tape made by a neighbor using the N-word as he chatted with his friends. The Sneedville, Tennessee native's neighbor recorded the country artist as he came back to his house on Sunday with friends, disturbing neighbors with a lot of loud noise and car horns. And then he was heard saying of an acquaintance, "Take care of this P-ass N-word, and take care of this P-ass mother effer," as he went into his home. Wallen made headlines last fall, of course, Saturday Night Live, COVID violation, and now he's just casually using the N-word there.
And country radio stations are pulling his music.
Are they?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He says, "I am apologizing. I'm embarrassed that I said that, and I'm embarrassed that I'm a racist."
You make a lot of bad choices, Morgan.
And a lot of apologies, and you think you can get away with this now.
Yep. So that's number 3.
All right. Let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. He was looking at me funny. That's a garbage man in England caught on video just destroying a snowman that some kids had built, destroying the snowman with karate kicks and chops. Boner candidate number 2, never mess with a swastika enthusiast. A shooting victim, it says here, is suing a swastika enthusiast. She went across the street from a party and tore down some Nazi flags hanging in front of this guy's house, wherein he came out of the house with his AR-15 and shot her several times in the legs and back. And Boner candidate number 3, I'm sorry and I'm embarrassed by the fact that apparently I'm a dyed-in-the-wool racist.
All right, let's get to it. This is round 1 of your boner voting. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. Winning here secures it a spot in Boner Dome. Then at 8:20, we get 3 more candidates. We get a winner there as well. We take the winner there. We send it to Boner Dome as well. Boner Fight happens at 9:20. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. So right now, pick your champion to send forward for this round 1. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Easy. All right? Or you can call the producer's booth in Salt Lake at 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting February 3, 2021, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages to do it. This is round 1. Let's go.
I haven't dyed my goatee.
Don't. Looks
I'm not-
stupid.
I'm not going to. You, however, Gina, should.
Dye my goatee?
I think
Is
so.
it embarrassing?
It is. It's getting to be embarrassing.
People are talking.
You dye your hair and you dye your eyebrows, but you just let your nose hairs and your goatee go. And when you have gray nose hairs and a gray goatee,
I've been nose waxing. I've been going to your nose
You
wax
have?
place. Yes. What do you can't tell?
no, I don't make a habit of looking up your nostrils.
Good, I'm glad.
I looked up your old address one time, but I didn't. But I've never looked up your nostrils. Why do you go more than? I mean, I go once every 3 months or
They
something.
call me, don't they call you? It's been about a month since you've been in.
No.
Got to get on that frequent waxer program.
There's a punch card.
Have you had Jules do it?
No, because the first time I went to somebody else, and so now I'm on.
Well, see,
her.
I think Jules is kind of a hippie or something. She
She's a free
doesn't-
spirit?
She doesn't. She does. She said. I think she said one time she'd call me, and then she never does.
No. This girl's like, Valentine's Day's coming up. You might want to get your nose waxed before Valentine's, because that's what you do before.
See, you haven't noticed. You haven't noticed any hairs hanging out my nose.
Well, it's hard because you've got a mustache, so it's hard to tell where the nose hairs begin and the.
So until it becomes really obvious, I don't have anything. I don't have any need to do it.
What's gross is when it is really obvious, even when you have a mustache. That the nose hairs. Because I think some people think, well, I don't need to take care of that.
And it's usually just one rogue hair I'll notice. I'll go, wait a minute. Oh, my God.
That's why I keep tweezers in the car. Best light. Best place to do that.
In the car?
In the car with your visor down in the mirror. The light's great. You can get right up in there.
You might try concentrating on the driving
Well,
part
I'm
of
not
it.
doing it while I'm driving.
What do you?
If you see me in a parking lot, I'm probably plucking a hair out of somewhere.
I'd better pull over and pluck a hair out of something.
You've never looked in that mirror in the bright sunlight and gone, "Oh, I didn't know I had hair there."
Yeah, well, I have, but I can't.
Tweezers in
but,
your car.
But it's only when I'm standing on the seat. That's the only time I've ever
Standing on the
noticed. It's when I'm standing on the seat and bending over to reach something. I didn't know I had hair there.
Wait a minute.
Somebody get me some tweezers and a long arm. So anyway, I guess we ought to start the show.
Thank you.
Ow! I don't tweeze the hairs in my nose because it brings a tear to my eye.
Oh.
Every time I do it, it's like you pull it and it doesn't it do that to you?
Sure.
Doesn't it make your eye go blink? And
That's how I can get away with seeing Chappie in the theaters, because the robot's going to die at some point. But first, let's award round one of your boners.
And round one of the boner voting is brought to you in part by sausages.
And renowned illusionist, mentalist, and performance artist Scott Sylvan invites you on a journey from your home to his. Travel virtually to Scotland and interact with Scott and other guests for what can only be described as an astonishing evening of mentalism and illusion. This is not a pre-recorded magic show, but a live, interactive, virtual experience that will leave you wondering, how in the world did he do that?
How did he do that?
February 9th through 14th, tickets at utahpresents.org.
We had boner candidate number one, which was, he was looking at me funny. It's the garbage man in England who destroyed a child's snowman with karate chops and the like. Boner candidate number two, never mess with a swastika enthusiast. It's just a good rule of thumb. But a young woman did, and she got shot for doing it. She tried to take this, or she did take down this guy's swastika flags. He shot her several times. I believe she's recovering, and she's going to sue him independently of the criminal investigation. And boner candidate number three, I'm sorry and embarrassed. Apparently I'm just a dyed-in-the-wool racist and chucklehead.
Mm-hmm.
It's that country music guy,
Morgan Wallen.
Morgan Wallen. He caught on tape using the N-word, racial slurs, and of course he was involved in that Saturday Night Live violating their COVID protocol thing.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Bradley won tickets to Scott Sylvan, right? And the winner was boner candidate number two. Never mess with a swastika enthusiast.
There's your candidate number one. Winner of round one. It now goes forward to Boner Dome. Might be Boner of the Day. We got round two at 8:20 with three more candidates. We get a winner there as well. We take both of our winners, put them against each other for Boner Fight. 9:20 is when you'll discover the Boner of the Day coming up. Is this a sponsored feature, Gina?
What should? We haven't done X-Poll in a while, so folks don't know to sponsor it.
So the Radio from Hell X-Poll, it can only happen if you interact with us, if you participate. The phone number is 877-602-9696, and here's the question we pose. It's about unusual names. Earlier we had somebody call us right at the top of the show and said I think it was his nephew.
Mm-hmm.
Was named,
3.5 years old, right?
3.5, yeah, named Hendrix.
And he likes to listen to the show on the way to school in the morning, which was very cute.
And so we had some comment about that. I made a little fun of it, and I said, well, he should tell him when he gets older, when people say, oh, were you named after Jimi Hendrix? Claim that you have no idea who that is.
And that's funny, because how can you not know how...
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
As his mother apparently called back and said, Hendrix is indeed named after Jimi Hendrix.
Of course he is.
So want to make that clear. And he also has a brother named after Eddie Van Halen.
Well.
So I don't know if his brother's name is Eddie or if it's Van Halen. I'm hoping it's Van Halen, like Van Halen Johnson. But
could be.
So funny names, unusual names. Names that have caused people problems, and they wish they didn't have them. Give us a call.
Or maybe they love them. They have an unusual name that they love.
Yeah.
This doesn't have to be negative. It can be a positive thing.
My name's Muffy, and I love it.
Yeah.
877-602-9696. Participate in the X-Poll. The odd names that you perhaps that you have, or that you've bestowed on your own children, or people.
It's interesting. Festus, of course, my 23-year-old Festus, and that's a radio name, as we have stated here. Mm-hmm. But there was a time early on in the show when people didn't know if that was his real name or not, and I was always surprised how ballsy people were to go, "Really? You named your kid that? That's weird." Or, what if that was a beloved family name? What if that was my grandfather's name, and I loved my grandfather, and I named my... People, when you have unusual names, people they feel emboldened to be rude about it.
Or they say, I've named my daughter Agnes. Well, why would you name her an old-fashioned name like,
Agnes?
Yeah, it's only your business why you do that.
Mm-hmm.
No, but people feel like emboldened to make fun of it, or question it, or.
877-602-9696 if you've got strange names in your family. The strangest names in our family are on my dad's side, of course.
Yeah.
I have a cousin named Evadine, which I always thought was interesting. There's I thought Breck was weird. I have a cousin named Breck. I thought that was weird until I met a few more Brecks.
Yeah, we used to work with a guy named Breck.
Yeah. But then, because to me, Breck was always the shampoo growing up. So I thought that was strange that you named your kid after a shampoo. But the strangest names on my dad's side of the family is one of my favorite uncles, Uncle Pratt, dear departed Uncle Pratt, and his wife Lapreel.
Why would you name? I just don't understand. Lapreel, that has kind of a nice ring to it. It's not hard, but why would you name some poor guy Pratt?
Well, why would he name his kid Prowl? Is the bigger question. Growing up with a name like Pratt, you would name. Did you want revenge? Did you? I'll name my kid Prowl. How about that?
How did you spell that? P-R-A-W-L?
P-R-A-L-L.
P-R-A-L-L.
Just Prowl.
Yeah, I don't know. Man. My grandparents, their first names were a little odd. The Allred grandparents was Radcliffe and Vomda.
Those sound like aristocratic names.
Wow. Yeah, Radcliffe's kind of a more probably
like
common name in England. Isn't that in Wuthering Heights or something like that? There's Radcliffe.
You're thinking Heathcliff, but
oh, that's right.
Another Cliff.
Somebody Cliff.
877-602-9696. We got a couple of people online who want to participate in the X poll coming up at our next break, but that leaves us a line open, 877-602-9696. Strange or unusual names coming up on the X poll in our next break. Stand by for that. Traffic, Gina, please.
Yes, both Little and Big Cottonwood Canyons have their roadway restrictions. You've got to have four-wheel drive or chains required on all vehicles right now. They're seeing some snow happening up there. Crash northbound Highland Drive at eastbound I-215 South. The right lanes are blocked there. And crash Highland Drive, La Cresta Drive, northbound and southbound right lanes are blocked there. And friends of the program are saying that not only do they know people with unusual names, but that it's snowing and or raining in various parts of the valley. So you're going to be dealing with that on your commute. That's
raining
traffic.
A bit here. Been raining a little bit here.
All right. Okay. We will take a break. We'll be back. Like I said, 877-602-9696. We got a live line open. Strange family names. Interesting family names. Let's talk about it in the next break. All right. Proflowers.com. Yes, if you were to send ProFlowers to me and they said, I'd like to do the card with this that said, just for you, puzzle person Carrie, you would have to spell my name. That's the reason I'm not fond of my name, is there's a dozen different ways to spell Carrie. But Valentine's Day traditions, if you send a Valentine's Day card or gift to your parent or child, or galentine, that's a new term. If there's someone in your life that you struggle to find the perfect gift for, flowers always work. For a limited time only, you can save 20% on your next purchase from ProFlowers by using the promo code X96 at proflowers.com. I like having fresh flowers in our kitchen on the dining room table. It's always nice. They smell great and they look terrific. It's not just for Valentine's. I think that you should make a regular, thing of getting stuff from ProFlowers. I really like to. We've got roses and lilies up in the vase right now. So it's that time of year. You may want to think about it if you're looking for a Valentine's Day gift for your spouse, mom, galentine. Check out ProFlowers. For a limited time only, you can save 20% using the promo code X96 at proflowers.com. So that's proflowers.com and the promo code X96.
Thanks a lot for answering our ad. Look, we've got a lot of other people to interview, so we'll just let you know, okay? Loser.
God, what a bunch of no-loads. I mean, we haven't had one single applicant that I'd even consider hiring. Why are they so bad?
I just think it shows you the quality of people who read the paper.
Yeah.
Losers, all of them.
I don't know. Maybe it's the way the ad is worded. How does it read?
I think I wrote it just the way we talked about. Look, here it is.
Okay.
Oh, listen. We need a new stalker. Do you think you have what it takes? If so, apply in person to Kerry and Bill, the Radio from Hell guys at X96. Previous stalking experience is not required. We will train. X96 is an equal opportunity employer.
That's pretty straightforward. Guess I'm just getting discouraged. I don't think we're ever going to find anybody to replace the old guy.
Well, now, we both agreed that no matter how much we liked him, it would just be stupid of us to wait for him to get out.
Oh, all right.
We're just going to have to keep looking.
Okay. Lori, send in the next applicant, please.
Oh, hello, boys.
Hello, Chunga. Send in the next applicant, will you? We're in a hurry.
No, you don't understand. I am the next applicant.
What? Oh my God, you're serious. You want to stalk us?
We.
You're not impressing us by speaking French.
No, I mean we want to stalk you. All 10 of my personalities, including Tina the lap dancer. Let's look at this logically, boys. I'm already on the payroll. I know your phone numbers and where you live. And I can gut and skin a rabbit in less than 2 minutes. And you guys probably don't know this, but I've seen both of you naked. Lots of times. And, well, I love you.
Hey, that wasn't bad. What do you think, Bill? He's creeping me out.
Well, let's try the phone test.
Okay.
All right, pretend that it's 3 a.m. There's a thunder and lightning storm going on. My phone rings. I pick it up, and it's you, Chunga. What do you say?
Hello, Bill. Want to go to a jazz game?
No! Doesn't work.
No.
Try again. Phone rings. Ring. I pick it up. It's you. What do you say, Chunga?
Bill, it's me, Chunga. Want to go over to Cummings and watch them hand-dip chocolates?
Not even scary. Not scary at all. I'm sorry, Chunga. You just don't have what it takes. Look, send in the next one, would you?
Oh, come on, you guys. I know you don't like all the other stalker candidates. They stink. Besides, there's only one guy left in the lobby, and it's Frank Layton wearing one of his wife's old moo-moos, and his face is smeared with red lipstick.
Red lipstick, huh? Well, send him in.
Mr. Layton, the boys will see you now.
Hello, girls!
sponsored, Gina?
There still should be one.
Okay, all right.
The Radio from Hell X poll. I think the lines are full, but we'll quickly go to the calls, and then maybe you can get in. 877-602-9696 is the number. And we're talking about unusual names in your family or your friends or people you know. And let's go to the phone.
All right, let's go to Eric.
Hi, Eric.
Hey, so it's not me, but a good friend of mine. His dad's name is Quentin Willie Sr., then he's Quentin Willie Jr., but I told him he goes by Q to kind of help avoid the confusion when you call for Quentin.
Uh-huh.
I told him when he has a son, he's got to name him Quentin Willie III, and we can all call him Cube.
Oh.
That's very good.
I've got one more for you, too.
Yeah.
My half-sister, younger half-sister's name is China, and her oldest son, on the back of his neck, got tattooed, Made in China.
That's funny.
It is kind of funny. Is it Chyna?
No, it's spelled just like the country. So
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Let's go to, let's see, Amanda is on the phone. Hi, Amanda.
Hi, Amanda.
So,
Go ahead.
my sons' names are Abel and Atlas.
Abel and Atlas. Abel,
Yes.
the good son in the Bible stories. Okay. But why
Yep.
why Atlas?
My husband heard that name somewhere and loved it, and it worked, and it fits him. He's kind of a terror.
He's strong. Is he strong? Because that's a hard
He
name
thinks
if
he
you're
is.
a little
If you're
guy.
puny.
that's-
Mhm.
Yeah, that's a hard name for that.
Yeah, he has a fiery personality to match it, so
Okay.
it worked.
And he has to have, because people are always giving him crap about that name, I'll bet.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, no. Most people, unless they're lying, say that they really like it and they've never heard it. So
He'll be the only one in his class.
Never heard the
Yes.
name Atlas. Huh. All right. All right.
I
thank
actually
you.
know the lead singer of Coheed and Cambria. His son's name is Atlas, and I found that out afterwards.
Okay. All right. Thanks for calling.
Thanks,
Let's
guys.
see. Let's go to Richard. Hi, Richard.
Hi, Richard.
Hey, all right. So my last name is Locker, like a hall or a gym locker, right?
Mhm, yeah.
So I named my oldest son Anakin Skywalker.
No, you
No,
did
you
not.
didn't.
No,
I
you
did.
not.
That is his name. So this was right before the Phantom Menace, and I'm a big geek, so people didn't know Darth Vader's real name was Anakin. So when they had asked me, where'd you get that name? I said it was a South African family name. And they believed me forever.
Yeah.
Told Anakin that story. When he was in junior high school, people were like, oh, your parents are Star Wars fans? And he'd be like, no, it's a family name. It's South African. And then they'd ask me parent-teacher conference. I would agree with them. So I did exactly like the Hendrix thing, where we would just pretend like
Yeah.
not Star Wars.
Do you go by Richard?
Anyways.
Do you go by Richard because Dick Locker is a pretty funny name?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, Dick Locker. And then the other funny thing is I try to tell young parents, because I spelled it weird, and then I tell them, so I've just tortured my son this whole time and told him, like, don't spell your kids' names weird, because he has to explain it to everybody, try to spell it.
He hates you. I'm sure he hates you.
No, we get along great, but
All right,
that is,
thanks,
I feel bad now.
All right.
He's going to
Thanks,
name
Richard.
his kid Sam.
Thanks
Yeah,
for
it's gonna
calling,
be-
Dick.
Yeah. Jessica is on the phone. Hi, Jessica.
Yes.
Hello.
Hi. Go ahead.
Hi. So my daughter's name is Tenacious.
Tenacious. Well,
is she?
Yeah, her name it's Tenacious Rose is her full name, or first and middle.
Why did you do that?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know what gender she was going to be, and so, like 2 weeks before she was born, my mom was pulling up a rose bush. She's like, "Oh, this is such a tenacious rose," and I'm like, "Oh, if I have a girl, I'm going to name her that." Which is funny because I'm actually related to Carrie, so he has a niece, or I don't know. My mom's his cousin.
Your mom
there's
is
another great name in
Carrie's,
his family.
Your mom
Who
is
is-
Carrie's cousin?
Who is
Yeah.
your mom? Who's
Prowl?
your mom?
My mom is Lori Jackson.
Oh, Lori, yes, down in, and Uncle Dale just died
Yeah.
recently. Sorry to hear about
Yep,
that.
he just passed away. Yeah,
Yeah.
he was ready, but
Yeah,
yeah.
he was.
So there's no weird name for you for your family.
That is
All
an
right.
odd name.
Tenacious.
Yes, it
there
is.
you go.
Thank you.
You're
All
welcome. Bye.
Thank you, Jessica. All right, let's go to. Do we have another on the line? Did
Do you
say?
imagine that
Tina?
Tenacious Rose, that girl's name? Do you imagine that she will just go by Rose?
That's what I would do.
Quite possibly.
I would think that's probably it.
Let's go to Tina.
Hi, Tina.
Is it Tina?
Aquashantina.
Well, I would. Yeah, I wasn't going to.
No, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait.
That's all one name?
That's all one name.
Spell that for us.
Aquashantina.
Aquashantina. What in the world was your parent thinking?
Well, my father was a child psychologist, and
What?
he made a deal with a girl that if she met certain goals, he would name me after her.
He should never have promised that.
What?
No, wait. How do you feel about your name? Do you like your name?
It's not that I hate the nicknames that come from it, but I've always gone by Shanae, so...
Well, you don't really love the name then if you don't go by it. My first
Well,
name is
my
Ralph.
grandparents hated it, so...
Your dad made a promise.
All of my school records are under Shanae.
All right, thank you.
There's really no proof that your name is Aquashantina. That's what you're saying.
Thank you, Tina.
All right, thanks.
All right. Did you say Margaret or Mark? Margaret is on
Margaret.
the phone.
Hello, Margaret.
Yes,
Hi.
that would be me.
Go ahead.
Good morning.
Hi.
Good morning.
Well, I have an unusual family name for females. It's Elspeth, and it's Scottish for Elizabeth.
Say
Yeah,
it
that's
again.
a classic.
My mother-
Elspeth. That's a classic.
Elsa.
Elspeth. Elspeth.
Oh, Elspeth.
Yeah.
That's a classic name. That's not a made-up
E-L-S-P-E-T.
name. It's
All right.
Yeah, no, I've heard that.
Yeah.
before. Mhm.
Yeah, and my mom goes by Epi, and my sister goes by Elspie,
Mhm.
and I named my daughter she goes by Epi too as well.
All right.
So
My
it's
favorite
a fun
pen.
name.
So
Thank you. Yes.
It's
the
pretty.
EpiPen.
Thank you very much. Let's see. We have texters. Indigo. People call my daughter Indy.
My cousin's name is Armageddon, somebody says. Really?
No.
That's we just like the movie. Okay. Let's see. Rusty Bridges. Frankette.
Not
Frankette.
Francis? Don't you go Francis? If you're gonna try to...
Frankette. Okay.
Let's see. My name is Josef Lodenheiden.
Well, that's probably fine in Austria.
This says I worked with a girl who named their kids after guns. Winchester, Remington, and Eris after the AR-15.
My grandfather's name was Remo Sterling.
That sounds
Wow.
like a character in a book.
Our good producer helper in the booth, Skip. Skip's real name is Annalicia.
That's right.
Annalicia.
I remember that now.
She just goes by Skip.
Yeah, but I can spell Skip.
Yeah.
Exactly. My dad's name for the first 6 months of his life was Courtney, but my grandma got so sick of everyone saying it was a girl's name, she changed it. Courtney. Let's see. My name is Shasta. I've always had to repeat it because people are like, "What?"
You know, like the cola.
Yeah.
Like the mountain
Like
in
Mount
Washington.
Shasta.
We have time for just one more quick one. Jana, go ahead.
Hi, Jana.
Yeah, my name's Jana, actually.
Jana. Well, see, there's the start of the
Yeah,
problem
it's-
right there.
It's Jayna is my name.
Okay.
But the person that I knew, I had a friend named Concrete.
Concrete?
Yeah, his name was Concrete Michael.
I just love the dessert. I love the dessert.
Was
That's
his
what it's
last
all about.
name Michael? Or was
No,
that
his middle name was Michael.
Okay. Concrete
So-
Michael. Did he go by Michael?
Do we know why?
No, I don't know. He was just named that. His parents actually did name him Concrete, but he went by Concrete.
Because I want my son to be strong. I'm going to name him after something. It was
Okay.
something like
All
that.
right.
It was
Something hard and unmoving. Yeah.
All right. Thank
My
you.
friend Kari reminds me that her grandmother and mother, their first names, they're both named Gundvor. Gundvor is their first name.
All right. Let's see. Thank you very much. Good old Mormon heritage. I have a Philander, Ransom, and Levon. Just to name a few.
Philander.
Philander. My
Not
dad's
good.
middle name was Levon. Let's see. There's just a ton of them coming in. I wish we had more time.
Well, you know what we can do, Katie? Let's move this to the Facebook page. Why
There you
don't
go.
we? And people can add their comments there.
Let's do that. All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, you've got roadway restrictions in both Little and Big Cottonwood Canyons. Approved traction devices are required for all vehicles. This is due to the snow that is falling quite heavily up there. And I've heard reports from all over the valley of different people seeing rain and snow. Not affecting traffic a whole lot yet, but that could be part of your commute this morning. So just be aware of that and give yourself a little extra time. If you see something and it's safe for you to text it to us, you can do that at 33986.
Here's
Yeah. Go. I was just going to say, Texter says, I went to school with a Tad and a Pikey.
Tad is not bad, but
And it's my mom's best friend named her kids Rocky, Pebbles, Golden, Shadow, Creek, Dusty, Rose, Pepper.
Okay. All right, here we go. Boners round 2. These are the candidates you will be considering. Number 1, the top-notch legal team. Number 2, it was consensual. And number 3, I don't want any doubt about the fact that I'm a Florida man.
All right, we got round 2 of your boners coming up. Stand by for that, along with big boy news and opinioendo. Things that must go on the way. Stand by for all of that this hour before 9. We will take a break. We will be back. Brooklinen.com. Of course, some mornings you wake up feeling ready to just pull the covers over your head and go back to sleep. But I hope that you, in fact, love your sheets if you're doing that. If they're just, I don't know, they're sheets. If that's your attitude about your bed linens, treat yourself to some Brooklinen sheets. If you've had the same, sheets for years, you just keep washing them and don't think about it. Believe me, a little change in lifestyle, it'll make a difference in your life. It's too short to sleep between anything less than really nice sheets. So brooklinen.com. Go there and use the promo code X96 to get $25 off when you spend $100 or more, plus free shipping. Those are magic words, free shipping. That's brooklinen.com. Enter the promo code X96 to get $25 off when you spend $100 or more, plus free shipping. So that's brooklinen.com, the promo code X96 at checkout. They have a variety of sheets and colors and patterns and materials to fit your needs and tastes. Brooklinen has over 50,000 five-star reviews and counting, and count mine in on those reviews. brooklinen.com.
I don't like breathing through my mouth. I prefer my nose. I think that's what it was designed for. Your mouth was designed for other things, and the nose is for breathing.
But sometimes you have to breathe through your mouth.
I can't.
You know that.
You cannot. Well, what we hear on the radio would give lie to that, but because we hear a lot of on the radio. But
So they said, we have a snorkeling class. We don't need the snorkel. No, I want the snorkeling class. I want to know.
Sure.
So we took the kids to the snorkeling class, and they stop at Molokini, and I am terrified. I really am, because I'm not only scared of breathing through my mouth with my face underwater, but I'm scared of sharks. I am. Okay, Jaws ruined me.
Sure.
And it's just a boat out in the middle of the water, and you're getting off the boat, and
it's deep.
And it's deep.
You can't see the bottom.
And they said, "Do you want a noodle?" Yeah, I want a noodle. Give me the noodle.
To just hang on to.
My kids and my husband, no noodle.
No.
They just jumped in the water. I took 2 noodles. When I looked around and made sure that everybody that wanted a noodle had a noodle,
You weren't the only one.
Right.
There was an extra noodle.
Yeah.
Those noodles have been cooked earlier, though.
Yes.
And so we're out in the water, and the guy at the snorkel class said, "Don't put the mouthpiece in until you're ready. You can just put the goggles on and get used to the water and then put it in." So I'm out there just with the goggles on, hanging on to the noodle, and I'm thinking, I don't need to do any more than this. Nobody needs to know if I'm actually snorkeling or not. My kids are snorkeling, my husband's snorkeling. But then they have a underwater cameraman come up. He comes over to your group. He's like, "Get your group together and go under, and I'll take a picture under the water." So now I'm panicking. I'm like, I can't hide from my family anymore that I'm not putting my face in the water. Because camera guy wants underwater picture.
And, of course, you have to do that.
Well,
you couldn't just say to your family, "I really can't do this."
No. And I didn't want Joe to know I wasn't snorkeling. Because he's off snorkeling. He's not looking at me. I'm like, okay, I can totally do this.
All right.
Put the mouthpiece in, stick my face in, underwater camera guy's there. And I'm like, is he done yet? Is he done yet? Is he done yet?
Because you're not breathing?
No.
You're just holding your breath? Because even though you can breathe through the snorkel apparatus.
I can't, though.
Yeah, you can.
But I did it. I put my face in the water for the picture, and that was it. So as far as I'm concerned, I snorkeled.
No. Didn't see any fish.
No.
No. Nothing.
No. I floated around on the noodle. I put my face in the water. But I'm telling you, if the camera guy hadn't harassed me into putting my face in the water, I wouldn't have.
Didn't see any fish. And I'm sure your
I've
family...
seen fish.
Did you see the fish? Did you see the turtles?
I can
Did you
Google fish
You
right
can-
now, and I
know.
can see them.
Yes,
There's
I know.
probably
Sure,
a live Molokini underwater camera right now that I could find online, and I
Probably.
could see everything happening there right now.
Right, which is way better than what you did. Which is way better than what you actually did by being
I
there.
got in the water.
Okay, fine.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Our elders have just rendezvoused their warp-capable 10-speed bikes with the USS Pork Rind, a small craft manned, if you will excuse the misuse of the term, by pigs. Not your ordinary run-of-the-mill pigs, mind you, but sentient, talking pigs. Pigs in space!
Welcome aboard, gentlemen. I am Captain Link Hogthrob, commander of the USS Pork Rind. This is my first officer, Miss Piggy. And that pig over there is our ship's physician, Dr. Strange Pork.
Hello, elders.
Hi, I'm Elder Chris Jensen, and this is my companion, Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
We have heard tales of your exploits from other space vessels.
Yes. Is it true that your church provides for eternal marriages?
Well, yes, ma'am, it is.
Eternal meaning in this life, in the next life, and forever and ever? Kind of like syndication?
Yeah.
Would the frog, I mean the groom, in question have to be a willing participant?
That's the way it's usually done.
All right, let's cut to the chase here. Does the Mormon Church recognize marriages between beings from different species?
Well, such as...
Pigs and frogs, you idiot! Don't you ever watch the show?
Well, I believe that you'd have to seek the counsel of your bishop. I don't think we're authorized to make such a decision here in the Feld.
I think we've reached the point in the sketch where I begin to assault our guest with karate chops. Hi!
No, wait. I think I can shed some light on the subject. Now, both you and the frog in question are made of flannel and have men's hands up your...
Elder Jensen.
No. What I mean is that you're both Muppets, and therefore not different species. I mean, I see no...
Wanted some strange names, didn't you? All of those were acceptable.
Mystery Science Theater.
Space Mutiny. Thank you, Atropos. All right, let's get to round 2 of your boner voting. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior. You will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one should go forward to boner fight, and possibly become boner of the day for today. This is round 2. The winner here will go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. You missed that. But we'll take both of those winners and put them together at 9:20 this morning. That's when boner fight happens. That's when you will decide boner of the day. So let's get to it. Here we go with round 2. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. So one of you lucky random boner voters will receive
a gift card to Osora Isakiya. It's a Japanese bar and tapas in downtown Salt Lake. It's at 50 West. It's right there on Broadway, right below where Katie and Skip and Miriam are right now.
Mm-hmm. Run down and get me some sake a little later, will you? So here we go. Boner candidate to number 1, the top-notch legal team.
Oh, boy.
Donald Trump's legal team. The lawyers he has ended up with, the only ones he could find.
Is a good way to put it.
Yeah, it's the only ones that would take the job, apparently, for the impeachment trial in the Senate. And on the very first page of their impeachment defense brief yesterday, they misspelled the word united, as in United States of America.
Right at the top. It's not buried in the middle.
No.
What I don't understand is how can you write anything?
Yeah.
Because it'll pop up a little, underline it, and go, hey, this is spelled. How many I's did this go through before they...
You have to be particularly inept to have this happen.
Well, and wasn't there some other misspellings in it as well? There was like one word that was misspelled 3 times or something.
No, you're thinking of...
Am I thinking of a past one?
A past attorney.
Yeah.
A different attorney.
You know, the one that wanted to release the Kraken?
Oh, that one, as opposed to this top-notch one. Okay.
Different attorney.
Sidney Powell.
So where is he finding these people?
Who knows? But, well, they seek him out, I think. Top-notch defense team. Can't the word united misspelled? Boner candidate number 1. Here's boner candidate number 2. It was consensual. A warrant has been issued for a Texas guy who stands accused of having sex with a chain-link fence.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that against the law? Show me the law that says I can't do that.
It was consensual. A judge last week ordered the arrest of Elodoro Estrada after he failed to appear for a court hearing in his indecent exposure case. I think this is where your illegality comes in, Gina. Mr. Estrada was arrested in March on misdemeanor count after an Austin neighbor told cops that she saw him having sex with a chain-link fence from the American Fence Company. That separates their residences. So it was the fence between their 2 yards. Mr. Estrada disrobed when he realized that Diana Vasquez was recording him with her cell phone as he then urinated on the fence as well. As detailed in an arrest affidavit, Mr. Estrada initially put his mouth inside the chain-link fence and stuck his tongue out, moving it up and down, Ms. Vasquez told the police. And then, well, he decided to just go ahead and have sex with the fence. I think he thought that was somehow going to lure her over.
What do you think about that?
Look at this.
I think I'm calling the police. That's what
Boner candidate number 2. It was consensual.
All right.
Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. I don't want any doubt about the fact that I'm a Florida man.
All right. Boner candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by...
The key to good sex is good communication. Unlock your best pleasure at Black Velvet Boutique, Utah's locally owned by women Sexual wellness resource, open 7 days a week at 595 South State in Clearfield and online at blackvelvetboutique.com.
Well, I don't know if you feel as relieved as I do. The long wait is finally over, and the 78th Golden Globe Awards nominations have been announced.
Really?
Whew, boy, thought it was never going to happen. The top contenders in the motion picture drama category include The Father, Mank, Nomadland, Promising Young Women, and The Trial of the Chicago 7. In the musical or comedy category, the top nominees are Borat subsequent movie film, Hamilton, Palm Springs. Well, that was
good.
That was good. Music and The Prom will all be duking it out for a comedy or musical. The top TV categories include Emily in Paris. I don't know.
Bill,
I don't know
please.
what that is.
It's
I watched
Emily in Paris.
In Paris.
Is that what
It's
they say in the
supposed to
title?
rhyme, yeah.
Yeah.
I
Emily
watched it.
in
It was okay. I was watching it mostly for the shots of Paris, you know.
I don't need Perry, Carrie, please.
Perry, sorry.
I don't even know what it is really, but
It's about a girl in Paris.
It's Phil Collins' daughter's in it.
Is
that
her
her?
name? Is her name Emily?
Uh-huh.
Is it Lily Collins? Is that who it
Yes.
is, Gina?
Yes.
And see, I know stuff.
Yeah.
The Flight Attendant is nominated. I enjoyed that quite a bit. The Great, Schitt's Creek, and Ted Lasso in the musical comedy field, while The Crown, Lovecraft Country, The Mandalorian, Ozark, and Ratched lead the way in the drama category. It's going to be tough. That's a tough category.
That's a tough category because I liked Ratched and I liked Lovecraft. If I'm picking one, I'd pick Lovecraft, though.
Not The Mandalorian.
Well, Mandalorian was good, but not for everyone.
How about Ozark? Ozark, you haven't seen that.
I didn't see it, no.
Yeah,
I love Ozark.
It's really good. Netflix dominated the competition with 42 total nominations for its movies and shows, including Mank and The Trial of the Chicago 7, The Queen's Gambit, The Crown. Amazon, home to Borat subsequent movie film, and Small Axe followed with 10 nods. Hulu picked up 9 nominations for things like Normal People and Palm Springs. And after being initially shut out of the director category, female filmmakers have the majority in the race.
Good.
Nice.
Emerald Fennell, Promising Young Woman, Regina King, One Night in Miami, Chloe Zhao, Nomadland, all got nominations alongside David Fincher for Mank and Aaron Sorkin for The Trial of the Chicago 7. The Golden Globes will be on February 28th on NBC, and Tina Fey and Amy Poehler will.
Yay.
Tina in New York, Amy in Los Angeles. They're going to be on each coast.
The AstraZeneca vaccine has been shown to drastically cut transmission of the COVID virus. That's really, really good news. And I don't know, I haven't heard any facts, maybe you have, Gina, about the other vaccines. They must, if the AstraZeneca does it, the other ones must do it to a certain extent as well, right? The other vaccines, or do you know? You don't know?
I would assume so, but I don't know.
Okay. So downtown Salt Lake, there's
Yes.
there's a place called the Carlton Hotel. It's right there on State Street or South Temple, and right next to it is a place called the Annex, which is an apartment building, and a lot of tenants living in those buildings, but no more. They've all been evicted.
Really?
Because the properties have been purchased. They've been bought by a Chicago company called Riker Capital. It's like somebody dropped a bomb and everybody's going off in different directions, said James McGuire, a tenant of 11 years at the Annex. McGuire is a disabled veteran who said many of his neighbors are also retired or disabled. We're like somebody's just dropped a bomb on us, he said. They're putting about 40 people out on the street that are low income, McGuire said. The seller of the properties declined to talk to 2 News, who published this story. The buyer did not respond to a request for comment. I've talked to 2 rental agencies, Mr. McGuire said. They said, well, if you're not making $3,000 a month, it's going to be pretty hard for you to find a place to live here in Salt Lake.
Yeah.
It's expensive downtown.
The rent is too damn high.
And I guess those 2 places, the Carlton and the Annex, are rent controlled in some for low income people at some. And the only reason I know anything about the Carlton is that our friend Gordon, who was our manager for a while,
Gordon Holt,
lived briefly when he came to town first from wherever he'd been, selling commercials on the Amazon or something. He lived in the Carlton Hotel for a little while.
I was selling 60s on the Amazon when you were in diapers.
Short pants. Was it short pants?
Short pants. That's it.
When you were just wearing short pants. It's a wonderful character, Gordon.
Mm-hmm.
The Democrats say that in the impeachment trial that Trump incited the mob to attack the Capitol building, and he must be held accountable.
They said the president told me to come here and do this. That's what they. I want witnesses in this trial. I want
also,
person after person.
The people who organized the rally said going to the Capitol was never part of the plan, although he kept saying on that stage, "Let's go to the Capitol."
Donald Trump, by the way, is he's been getting a lot of donations now to his legal defense fund because this is a pretty tough thing, and what he's doing with that money is apparently he's putting it aside for the future. Because he won't pay the lawyers ever.
Oh, no.
He never does. Jeff Bezos has said, I'm not going to be the CEO of Amazon anymore. I'm stepping down. That means he'll be on the board. He'll be the head of the board of directors or something.
He still has a lot of power.
Well, yeah, obviously.
He just doesn't want day-to-day stuff.
Well, because he's not doing it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
It's gotten to the point, I'm sure, that he's not doing much. They call him for big decisions, and that's about it. So he'll become executive chairman of the board of directors. And finally, this from the Blue Ridge Mountains to Vermont.
Yes.
No, the Gulf Stream waters is what it's supposed to be.
New distillers are reviving a drink that vanished during Prohibition. It's moonshine.
Okay.
Moonshine and Applejack.
I predicted this 6 years ago, but that's fine.
Modern distillers are now saying, we're bringing it back. We're refining it. I've told the story before how when I was spending a summer acting in Roanoke, Virginia, I said I would really like to try some moonshine, and I know that up in the mountains behind Roanoke there are people who make moonshine. And some said, no, you don't want it. You really don't want to try it. You don't. And I said, no, I really want to try it. So somebody finally found me some moonshine, and it was clear liquid in a mason jar, and they were right.
Yes.
It's awful.
Yes, it's the worst.
It's like drinking kind of a paint thinner, or you imagine like if you've smelled turpentine and imagine what that would taste like. It's kind of like that.
I've always said, though, if you market it just right, yuppies will buy it. Those NPR listeners will buy it. Handcrafted.
You know what I have? I have some of that moonshine.
No, you
say, try it?
No, you market it as handcrafted, small batch, from a family distillery.
Actually,
all of these terms,
Actually, they did.
All natural.
I don't know if it's still in the liquor stores, but for quite a while there, you could buy something labeled as moonshine at the state liquor store, and it came in a mason-type jar.
Yeah. Sports weather traffic.
Well, the Jazz last night in front of quite a few fans bounced back from their Sunday loss to the Denver Nuggets with a well-balanced 117-105 win over the Detroit Pistons on Tuesday night at the Vivint. They play again tomorrow against the Hawks. That game is at 5:30. And EA Sports made an announcement on Tuesday that many video game enthusiasts have been waiting years for. The internet reacted exactly how you might expect. How I saw Jay Whitaker talking about this yesterday on Twitter. After years of hiatus due to licensing and compensation issues, college football is returning to EA Sports. The game will be called EA Sports College Football rather than NCAA football, but this is apparently a big sporting deal.
It is a big deal in the gaming and sporting world.
Yeah. Weather, we've got rain/snow depending on where you are. It's still quite warm this morning down in the valley, so that's why we're seeing rain down here. But we had reports of up in Weber-Davis County where they are seeing snow already and definitely seeing snow in the mountains.
Snow up here on Mount Doom.
There you go. Let's see, we've got travel restrictions in effect, Big and Little Cottonwood Canyons. The traction law is in effect. Please have your traction devices on today before heading up the canyon. I thought a friend of the program was saying something about, Kimball Junction to the canyons is bumper to bumper. I'm guessing that is weather related also. And as far as accidents go, that earlier one at northbound Highland Drive, eastbound I-215, I'm not sure if that one is still there or not. Perhaps you're in the area and it's safe for you to text us and let us know. You can do that at 33986.
All right, here we go with boner candidate number 3. I don't want any doubt about the fact that I am a Florida man. Matthew Latham, 22 years old. He put in a call to the cops around 4:20 in the morning in the northwest suburb, Tampa Bay suburb of Port Richey, and he said, "I really need a ride home." And the cop said, "That's you don't call, 911 to ask for a ride home." Okay, and then he called back. I really need I need a ride home.
Is home jail? Because we can take you there.
The cop said, "Listen, call Uber or something." He called again, so finally they say, "Okay," and they go to his house. They're in Florida, and they said, "We'll call you a taxi." Or they didn't go to his house; they went to where he was, and they said, "We'll call you a taxi." No, I just want a ride home. Well, they finally arrested him, searched him, found marijuana on him, and they've charged him with a few things. But why do we call this boner candidate? I don't want any doubt about the fact that I'm a Florida man. Well, if you look at Mr. Latham's mugshot, he has the state of Florida, the outline of the state of Florida, tattooed between his eyes, and the hanging down part of Florida going down between his eyes.
Between his eyes.
Yeah. So he's got the state of Florida tattooed on his face.
Florida, I'm on my way, leave today, nevermore to roam. Florida.
All right.
Yeah, there you go. Boner candidate number 3. I don't want any doubt about the fact that I'm a Florida man.
Okay, there you go. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
The boner candidate number 1. The top-notch legal team. They're representing the president in that impeachment trial, and they can't even spell the word united on their court filings. United States, they've misspelled it.
You get what you pay for.
Boner candidate number 2, it was consensual. A warrant has been issued for a man in Texas, I believe it was, who was videoed by his neighbor having sex with a chain-link fence. And boner candidate number 3, I don't want any doubt about the fact that I am a Florida man.
All right. Things that must go coming up as soon as we award round 2 of your boners. And we can't award round 2 of your boners until you vote. Let's get to it. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. And put that single digit in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Or you can call 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting February 3, 2021, and vote there. And if you don't see that box, refresh your browser. It should appear. You have until the end of these messages to vote for round 2. We'll take the winner of each round and put them against each other. Boner fight happens at 9:20. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day at 9:20. All right? Oh, damn. dropping everything here. You have until the end of these messages to do so. This is round 2. Harmon's for Valentine's.
Listen, I've kind of missed this year. Every year, around Valentine's Day, Bob Harmon would come to the studio.
Oh,
and he'd
yes.
bring all these beautiful flowers to give us an idea of what was available at Harmon's grocery stores for
the
Valentine's Day.
Treats,
Just
too.
gorgeous flowers.
Mhm.
And you can order them. Just go to Harmon's. .com. Is it
No,
harmonsgrocery.com?
harmonsgrocery.com. Yeah, use the code FREEDELIVERY60, and there's free delivery for their online floral for orders over $60.
Well, that's why they say free delivery 60 is the code.
Yes. But you should go into Harmon's too. They are very COVID safe. That's where I shop. And you should check out all the great treats they have there. They've got chocolate fondue. They've got V chocolates. They've got Cowgirl Creamery cheese, heart-shaped cheese. Get your loved one heart-shaped cheese for Valentine's Day.
They've got red velvet cheese balls, all kinds of stuff for Valentine's Day. So just go to harmonsgrocery.com and use the code FREEDELIVERY60.
And now, it's time to play the game that everyone wants to play. It's Beat Gina! Beat Gina brought to you today by Hastur Games. Hastur Games in Midvale has the best selection of board games, Magic, and Dungeons & Dragons. And Hastur also buys used games. Hastur Games on 6831 South State Street, or go to HasturGames.com. And today, one lucky contestant will win a Fat Cats gift card. Yes, but that's not all. Another contestant, the same contestant, will win a Radio from Hell tote bag. And now, here's the man who can host a game show with one hand tied behind his back. He's so good, he can host 2 game shows at the same time. Wow. When you look in the dictionary for the words game show host, you will find his picture, and you will swoon.
Wow.
Here he is, the man, nay, the legend, Kerry Jacksboy Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny.
You're welcome,
Although
Kerry.
I think you're just taking Wikipedia entries about Wink Martindale and using them for me, right?
Oh, no. Wink Martindale doesn't cast a shadow like you do.
All right. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
How we pick the contestants, you ask? Well, it's easy. We determine, based on the prize that they're going to give Gina, if she beats them at Scary Movie Trivia. So, line 1, Gina is offering you a Greek gyro meal.
Ooh.
Okay.
I don't know whether it's prepared here or
no, there's no
if it's
specifics.
transported.
Okay.
Doesn't say. Line 2 is offering you Halloween cookies and wine.
Okay.
And line 3 is offering you Lehigh Bakery donuts.
I've never had the Lehigh Bakery donuts.
Oh, they're very good.
Okay, we'll go with that.
Is that what you want?
Sure.
Going with Lehigh Bakery donuts with Brad. Brad is who you will be playing against today. Brad, are you there? Oh, hang on. Brad, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, good. Thank you, Brad. I was doing some work during the commercial. All right. We toss coin to determine who goes first. It does give you an advantage in the game. Heads or tails?
Tails.
All right. Coin toss app says tails. That means you go first, Brad.
Are you feeling confident, Brad?
Very confident.
Oh,
All right.
okay.
These trivia questions prepared by Katie, I would think.
No.
No? Okay.
Hawk.
Based on the Scary Movie franchise.
Okay.
Which were the parodies of the Scream movies and a whole bunch of other horror movies, and so it's based on those. So
Okay.
here we go. Brad, your question first. Multiple choice. What is the name of the high school that Cindy goes to in the first Scary Movie? Is it 1, Shadyside High School, 2, Serial K High School, 3, Dead Bodies High, or 4, B.A. Corpse High School?
I think it's A.
Shadyside? Incorrect.
Shadyside.
Gina.
B.A. Corpse.
B.A. Corpse is correct.
It's 1-0 for Gina, and I don't think I'd like to go to that high school. Gina now controls the question as well.
Gina.
Yeah.
What did Cindy type on the computer to summon the police? What was her message to call the police? Was it 1, the killer's in the house? 2, white woman in trouble? 3, can you bring some donuts? 4, I've fallen and I can't get up.
White woman in trouble.
Wow.
That's 2-0 for Gina, a commanding lead. But, Brad, you have a chance to climb back into the game.
Brad? All right. What is the book that Cindy is reading? Is it 1, Harry Pothead? 2, Board of the Rings? 3, The Gay Gatsby? Or 4, The I'm Really Hungry Games?
The Gay Gatsby.
Incorrect, Gina.
I don't know.
You wanna hear- A, Harry Pothead?
Yeah. Oh, that was a total guess.
Well, Gina sweeps the game.
Wow.
Brad almost didn't get a chance to say anything. And now you'll be
I guess I
enjoying...
gotta go rewatch those movies.
Yeah.
You'll be enjoying delicious Lehigh Bakery donuts, and poor Brad will go home empty-handed.
People shouldn't expect me to do that again. That was a
That may
special-
never happen.
No.
You whipped him like a souffle.
Hang on, Brad. All right.
I'm going. Goodbye.
You're just out of here?
Yes.
You can't leave until I turn the music down.
Oh, you're right. I can't.
It's
I'm
like-
trying to.
It's like a Doctor Strange spell.
I'm trying to, but I can't leave.
Tell me the truth, Gina. You guessed on all of those.
Totally guessed.
I knew you didn't see those movies. I just knew it. Okay, Johnny, you're free.
Thank you.
You're released. That must go to get to, so let's quickly award round 2 of your boners.
Which is brought to you in part by some delicious roasted vegetables.
And now's the time at Larry Miller Used Car Supermarkets to buy. Cut your payments in half and no payments for 120 days. Larry Miller Used Car Supermarkets, driven by you.
It was tight voting between number 1 and number 2. Number 1 being the top-notch legal team, the Trump legal team who can't spell the word united, as in United States of America. Against number 2, it was consensual. The guy who was videotaped by his neighbor. He was having sex with a chain-link fence. And then boner candidate number 3, I don't want any doubt that I am a Florida man. Guy has the state of Florida tattooed on his forehead. Well, Jerry won a gift card. As I said, it was very close between number 1 and number 2, but edging out number 2, Trump's legal team, who can't spell united, wins by 6 votes.
All right, there you go. That's your winner of round 2 of your boners. It is now qualified to be Boner of the Week. Boner Fight happens at 9:20. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day between 1 and 2. All right, let's get to things that must go, brought to you by...
Dirt, dust, dander, and allergens are no match for Zero Res carpet cleaning. Want the contaminants gone? Call Zero Res right now. Just $25 per room. Minimums apply. Search Zero Res carpet cleaning online to schedule your appointment.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
These are things that are really bugging you. You can't stand it anymore. And so you send them to us here at Radio From Hell. You put must go in the subject line of an email and send it to radiofromhell at x96.com. And hopefully, if we get yours and read it on the air, it'll make you feel better about this thing that's bugging you. And maybe, just maybe, that thing will magically disappear from your life. Jeannie, you want to begin?
Sure. Just one thing from me first. Mm-hmm. We're all doing better with wearing the masks.
Yes.
I'm noticing it at the grocery stores and things, and that's great.
All right.
If you need to talk to somebody, you don't pull down the mask to talk to them.
No, you don't need to.
I see this at
I'm
the
sorry,
grocery
Carrie, I
store.
couldn't hear. What did you say? You're wearing a mask. I can't understand what
I'm saying you don't need to pull your mask down.
No, I think, pull your mask down. I can't understand you.
The point is, you keep it covered, especially when you're talking. I've also seen people pull it down to sneeze.
That's
Achoo!
completely
Well, I
that's
don't
not-
want.
I don't want all that snot in my mask.
It's defeating the purpose. I know it sounds gross to sneeze into your, but that's why it's there. So you're doing great. We just need to take it the next step further with leaving it there for talking and sneezing and coughing.
Could you pull your mask down? Oh, you want to be politically correct? Okay. Pull your mask down.
This one from a friend of the program, it's not so much a must go. It's more of a suggestion that I think we should perhaps talk about later amongst the show. This says, I'm a longtime listener and I appreciate the local radio programming, offering a reprieve from the constant bombardment of conservative sentiment we're subjected to daily here in Utah. However, as I've listened to both Radio from Hell and the music on X96 throughout the day, I've noticed an alarming trend.
What?
There are far more male voices being aired, and that simply must go. As much as I adore Gina, it would be refreshing if she wasn't outnumbered and if more female guests were featured on the show. I love Amy Donaldson. Let's have more local women and more diverse opinions on things, or just space to rant. And is it just my imagination, or are there more male-led bands being played? I know you play Billie Eilish a lot, but there are a lot of alternative female bands that should get playtime as well. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'd feel better if the station took a moment to assess if women are getting more radio time. I think this is a good suggestion.
Well, I think we need to hire a diversity officer to work alongside Todd as the program director.
As far as music goes, that's out of our wheelhouse. That's not our control. That's something you talk to Todd and Corey about.
But we can look at having more female guests on, I think.
I don't think we should.
Yeah.
when they are experts and available, yes, we do.
This from Lexa, things that must go. Big brand names like Adidas and Nike thinking it's cool to sell face masks for $20 each. They aren't any better than the store-bought cloth masks. You only get one for $20. You're paying for the brand name on it.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't like that.
Well, it's like this one that I got.
Yeah,
with the
brand
Star
name.
Trek logo on it. It was $20, and
Yeah.
it's useless. It's completely
you hate
useless.
that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, is that it, Gina?
Yes.
Let's see. I've got one of my own. It is when you do this with your phone. You have a smartphone and you pick it up and you look at the screen and then you say, "Well, what was I going to look up? What was I going to?" And you stare at the screen, and you just stare at the screen for. It's like that same thing, like when you walk in a room and then you think, "Why did I come in here? I forget why I even came into this room." It's the same
do
thing.
that.
That's got to go. This one, and I really agree with this one. The word minky must go. I see ads and hear promos for minky couture, and I just can't stand that word. And putting that word with the word couture, no. Make it stop, please. Something
it's a
about that
business
word
that has chosen that for their name.
Something about that word creeps me out, too, and I don't know why. The word minky.
They're very soft blankets, though. They're very, very soft.
I don't have to worry about this because I doubt they'll ever advertise on our station. So,
here's Please Don't Use My Name. My list of things that must go is admiring people who have accomplished so much and then seeing that they don't wear masks and they're just living their best lives. Seeing affluent Utah real estate investors on their social media sites in close proximity, think private plane, restaurants, etc., attending large events, none wearing masks except the servers and the hotel staff. Ugh! This raises the question, so if you are ultra-wealthy, are you immune to COVID? And anxiety about the state population growth must go, lack of snow must go, and the impending drought must go. Loving the Nextdoor app, also paranoid constantly because of all the posts about crime.
Yeah.
Must go too. And finally this, it doesn't matter if you use my first name, as I'm going to change every other name where relevant. Getting pronouns wrong must go. Dear Mary, you have been one of my best friends for almost as long as I can remember, and I want you to know that I am grateful that you felt you could trust me enough to come out as trans to me. As you transition from a man to a woman, I want you to know that I will always be there to support you. I will try to call you by your preferred name and pronoun going forward, but I am going to screw up sometimes. I apologize in advance for when that happens, And it's just not personal. It's just that old habits are hard to break. I really am going to try, it says, because you are my friend, and you deserve to be happy.
There you go.
All right, that's it. Jerry?
This one from our family. As you know, it's rough times up here on Mount Doom.
I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you get by.
Well, with this whole quarantine thing, and we haven't been leaving the house or going to dinner or to parties or anything, so Sue and I have become something that I was afraid would happen.
Uh-oh.
We become puzzle people.
Jeez, oh no, really?
Embarrassing. Now, when she first said we're puzzle people now, I was like, no. But you know what? Now that I'm immersed in puzzle society and lifestyle, I get it now, and it's actually kind of fun.
I shouldn't puzzle shame you? Then?
No, puzzle shame me. It's actually kind of fun. But we did this one. It was a 1,000-piece puzzle with 1,000 Simpsons characters on it. And so it was really hard because it was mostly yellow. But it was fun, and we just finished doing one that was pinball machine art. That was like 75 different pinball machines on it, and so we put it together. But things that must go puzzle related. The puzzle lint. That's the debris in a new puzzle from the pieces being cut. It gets everywhere. You just can't get rid of it. And the worst part is on the box of the puzzle. If there's like a fake sticker on it that covers up the puzzle, I can't see what it is. Yeah, you're excited that it's 1,000 pieces, but you're covering up a whole corner there, and I can't see what I'm supposed to be building. So that makes it a little harder. Anyway, so there's that. This one from somebody who is required to go into their office. Every Monday morning, there are dangerously low levels of soap in the bathroom, on Monday morning specifically. 3 sinks and at least 2 are completely empty. And the third one is the very last one. You just get traces of soap. Why can't the building maintenance people do it on the end of business Friday so that people before 10 a.m. on Monday can wash their hands? All right. Let's see, this one from Paul. Few phrases that must go. At the end of the day, what it boils down to.
Yep.
Unless you're literally talking about the end of the day, or boiling something in a pot down to its core, please stop using these comments.
Yep.
Also, the non-literal use of literally. That one from Paul. Let's see, this one from Anonymous. My thing that must go, my roommate leaving behind cigarette burns and black mold in the carpet.
Ooh.
And COVID candy cane's got to go because Bill can't tell the difference between the flavors of black licorice and strawberry. So that was your candy cane test from weeks ago, just so you remember.
All right.
Let's see, this one from Devin.
Yeah,
there's a couple of those that just don't really relate to folks. I ruin every craft project. I'm not an artistic or creative person, but the older I get, I find that I believe in myself more. I know that I can make or craft some cool things. I don't care if what I make is simple, as long as I can feel proud of what I made. Wood splitting must go, though. Drill bits breaking the wood. Oh, and spilled paint, so his crafting situation is out of control. Hey, Devin, why don't you become a puzzle person? It's less messy.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
Traffic, Gina.
We're good. I'm going to tell you about Lim Jewelers. How about
Do that instead, all right.
I love these guys. Family owned and operated since 1949. Everyone that works there is the Lim family, and they know jewelry. They are artists. They are craftsmen. And for Valentine's Day, they're giving away a box of chocolates to every customer who spends over $200 between now and Valentine's Day. And they're focusing on some gemstones. Like the birthstone for February is amethyst. And I learned stuff from Lim Jewelers, too. They say amethysts were favored by the Greeks and the wine god Bacchus because they're purple. And they believe that wearing an amethyst could protect you from drunkenness, which to me says you can drink as much wine as you want when you're wearing an amethyst.
Yeah, I did.
Let's try that.
So think about getting a custom-made piece of jewelry for someone you love for Valentine's Day. Maybe include an amethyst in that. They're located at 574 East Fort Union Boulevard in Midvale, or you can check out all their beautiful jewelry in person or online at limjewelers.com. Lim Jewelers.
So I saw this story too this morning, and it's did somebody break wind on the news?
It's what is that sound? Is what we're playing.
That's
it's a game.
So see if it sounds like that to you. This is during an interview with Democratic Representative. How do you say his name?
Swalwell.
Swalwell. He's on being interviewed by Chris Matthews on MSNBC.
Mhm.
And you've got the audio.
I've
there,
got
right?
the audio. So we'll start off with Chris, and then he'll talk, and then you'll hear the fart during Eric Swalwell's response.
Who were on the phone listening to the president talk about this swap of dirt for U.S. military aid.
Chris, so far, the evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Okay, one more time.
There we go.
Evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Who were on the...
Now, so the internet, the Twitter, and all of that went crazy. With,
Yeah.
So who farted on the? Now they say.
Chris Matthews tweeted out saying that it was a coffee mug scooting across a table.
Which it probably
Which
is.
it could be, but it also sounds to me like a wooden stool leg
Yeah.
scraping across the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more likely one of those things than a fart.
I thought it was somebody just farting around. Somebody just put that in there. That's what it seemed like to me.
Added it to it?
Yeah.
No.
Well, no, they said that it happened during the broadcast because if you look at Swalwell's face, he kind of grimaces a little.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
What was that?
Well, then it was him. It was Swalwell.
And
that was a Democratic fart.
He said, "No, it wasn't me. I don't know where it came from, but it was funny at the time, and that's why I smiled."
Well, let's see. They say the smeller's the feller.
Well, what does it mean to the listener? The listener's the what?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to.
The hearer's
is the bearer.
I don't know.
I thought he who smelt it dealt it.
Well, it doesn't indicate that he smelt it. It indicates that he heard it.
Yeah, so we don't know if he dealt it. Fox smells his own hole first. That's what they say.
Taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
Now he pauses a little bit there.
Yeah, just kind of because
Well,
he's
that's why
sneaking it. He thought he could sneak it out.
He kind of goes, "Whoa, what was that?" Huh?
Although wouldn't he'd sort of have to have a microphone near his.
We don't know if it was whether
ventilator.
it's his or Chris's because they leave Chris's mic on as well.
Oh.
So
Well,
what Chris is claiming is that it was his coffee mug going across the top of the table.
Okay, then it's Matthews, and you can look at him. He's a farter.
He's a farter.
Yeah, he gets too excited about stuff, and
the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
Yeah, that
Cheap
pause. That pause is
that tells me he knows it's coming.
the pause is unfortunate.
That tells me he knows something's happening.
What, you mean like he leaned up?
So
Like he tried to one cheek sneak?
one cheek sneak while he's standing up.
Because you can't fart in those hearing rooms. They're so condensed and
all
those people.
People would go, God, who did that?
Well, actually, that's a better place to go because there's so many possible.
Wasn't me.
Wasn't me. Like, whoa.
Wasn't me. Where was I yesterday? I was in a car with some people, and I won't say who, but I kept thinking, somebody is stinking this car up. And you don't want to say anything because
you'll embarrass somebody.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
to help him cheat an election.
Yeah, that was Chris Matthews.
Think it was Matthews?
Yeah.
Ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election.
Yeah, that's an old man fart. That's an old man fart. It's kind of
How can you
raggedy.
tell?
It's kind of raggedy.
It's not.
Yeah, it's not
strong,
full
it's
throated. It's kind of raggedy and almost wet sounding.
Oh,
And here are the rhymes that we were looking for. He who denied it supplied it.
Oh.
The blamer is the claimer.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, people who
All right.
listen to the show. You're smarter than
Thank
we
you
are.
very much.
Very good.
Excuse me.
It's often said that the people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day. And today's word is...
Smirnoff. 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 And now, here to use the word in a sentence, LeVar and LeGrand. Let's listen as these...
Two
worthy Utah stalwarts.
It says T-O! Two!
I was confused because it wasn't TWO.
It says two!
Utah stalwarts engage in some banter that will showcase the Utah word of the day, Smirnoff.
Two is in emphasizing worthy.
Yeah.
It's already gotten off to a great start.
There's two of us. All right. And we are too much.
I begin.
Yes.
Well, LeGrand, we ready for the big tourney tonight? I'm really looking forward to showing them rowdies down to Sweetwater Station what a great team we are.
Well, I know they think just because we don't, either of us drink. Well, okay. 3-2 only. I don't count that as really drinking, you know. The bartender pours me a small schooner of 3-2 light beer, and I make that last the whole of the night when we're down to the Sweetwater Station throwing darts. And besides, it's only once a month. 12 measly ounces of 3-2 a month, LeVar. That ain't drinking.
I'm just teasing you. Your secret's safe with me. Neither your wife nor your church leaders are going to find out that you're having a little sip of the malt while we're at Sweetwater Station playing darts. And I know the other boys think that we ain't going to do good in the dart tourney because we don't really drink. They think that getting a little snockered loosens them up and they play better. I just can't wait for us to beat them all on Saturday.
Well, that's just it. We ain't gonna beat them. We ain't in the tournament. You know, they use them grease pencils to add the names on the tourney list, and we was on the list, but now we ain't on the list.
Again?
Yep.
That's it. They just don't want us to play. They know we'll beat them like a drum. This is no accident. Someone has taken a thumb to our names, and then they're there on the list, and then they're not. They're smearing off the list.
Oh, are you sure now?
It's only us, my friend. Nobody else's names is being smeared off. This day.
In 1959, Lowell Tolhurst.
Lowell?
Lowell.
Is it
LOL, like laugh out loud.
I think it's Lol, I believe.
Lol?
Yeah, Lol.
Lol?
It's Tim Daly, and it's Lol.
Keyboardist for The Cure was born.
Cure.
Yeah. Cool. So there you go.
Play
That was
Cure.
The Cure.
Play The Cure.
Cure. Kerry pointed out, and you're right, let's do it now. The Tyler Glenn is going to be on the show today.
Mm-hmm.
You
Coming
know,
up
from
here in about 25 minutes.
Neon Trees. A lot of you know who Paul Cardall is as well. Paul is a musician and has been around. I think he started out doing kind of religious music and stuff here in Utah. He's branched way out from that, and anyway, he and Tyler have done a project together. I watched I can't think of the name of the song off the top of my head, but I watched the video for the song.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good.
We'll talk about it with them because they're both going to be on, right?
Yep, coming up. I got my king cake for Mardi Gras.
You did?
Yeah, they had them at Harmon's, and I don't know if we have the picture of the king cake there, Katie, just so people know what that is if you're not familiar. It's a Mardi Gras, New Orleans Mardi Gras tradition, the king cake, and it's
Now,
It's
Mardi
all-
Gras isn't until Tuesday. Are you going to save it till Tuesday?
No,
or are you
you can start on February 3rd. Actually, you can kind of start getting the celebrations, and it all has to do with the Epiphany and the I don't know. It's a bunch of religious.
You don't
stuff.
care. You just want the cake.
But the king cake probably came from France originally and brought to New Orleans. It's always got frosting on it that's green, gold, and purple.
Mhm.
Purple means justice, green means faith, and gold means power. Those colors were chosen because they honor the three wise men. Those were the colors of the jewels in the crowns that because they have photographs from back
Oh,
then.
yeah,
When
sure.
when the Magi came, they looked at some of the photographs. They said, "Look at
Mhm.
that!" And then in the king cake, the tradition is there's a plastic or porcelain. It used to be porcelain baby baked in the cake, and then whoever gets the baby in a slice of cake is named king for that day, and then has to bring the king cake the next time. So that they don't do that anymore. There's still a baby. Here's the baby that was in my king cake. You can see it probably at x96.com/live. Or we have a picture of a piece of king cake, I think, Katie, you could put up at x96.com/live that has the way it's supposed to be done, a baby in the cake.
Mhm.
So I sent Katie a photo that shows a baby in a piece of cake. And the babies were always pink. This one is white.
Mm-hmm.
And it barely looks like a humanoid figure at all. And it was in the cake box in a separately wrapped piece of plastic.
It's a choking hazard, Bill.
It was not in the cake at all. I just think that's horrible. It should be pink, and you should put it in the cake, and if one of your kids is dumb enough to choke on it, that's too bad. No, you don't. I just don't. People that are not choking and dying on king cake babies.
Somebody choked and I'm going to Google choke
bet you they
on
didn't.
king cake baby, and I bet there's...
Google it during the messages because we got to take a break. Big boy news. Well, a reasonable amount of news coming up before Boner Fight. Stand by for that. And Tyler Glenn on the show coming up. Quick Quack Car Wash. The website is don'tdrivedirty.com. I'm giving you the website for a couple of reasons. One, to find a location near you. And you
Mhm.
can do that while you're out and about driving. And there probably is one, especially in Utah County. And you can take a look at some of the memberships that they have as well.
Yeah, they've got, for $20 a month, $19.99 a month, you can get a membership at Quick Quack Car Wash, and that means you could take your car to the car wash, any one of the locations, as many times as you want. Now, they also have this other deal called the Family Flock Program, which, so you do that basic membership of $19.99 a month at Quick Quack Car Wash, and then you can add, I believe it's up to 4 additional cars for $15 a month on that membership. So, like your whole family can go be washing their car every
Let's
day.
all be clean.
Yeah. Quick Quack Car Wash. They're clean and green. They're fast. And the vacuums are always free. Go to don'tdrivedirty.com. Find a Quick Quack Car Wash near you. At our studio up in Ogden, we had Farnsworth, the cat, and Farnsworth just had the run of the place, and there were a lot of mice in the building, so he kept the mice down. And Farnsworth was he was really a great cat for the most part. He was almost jet black.
Had a broken tail.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. He had a crooked tail. Yep. And Farnsworth went missing once around Halloween. And
Very nervous.
And our owner was certain that the Satanists had got him.
Well, sure.
You know what? The Satanists have got him. We got to make sure next year we keep him in if we find him. He did turn up, but he was fine. And then I don't know whatever happened to Farnsworth. I think he finally just
they don't
went
live
off.
forever.
Yeah, I think he just finally went off somewhere. And
I think once the sale happened, I think Tom took Farnsworth home.
Oh, did he? Well,
yeah.
maybe you're right.
Because I know that the a-hole from El Paso didn't want the cat around.
No. No. So, it works better alliteratively if we can really say the word.
Yeah, I know.
From El Paso.
But, the nation is 9 years old, so I can't.
Yeah. So just say that to yourself in your head. It sounds
Oh,
better.
I did. It's there.
But anyway, back to this little horse, and then so the other animal we had
was a burro. For some reason, we thought it would be a good idea to adopt a burro from the Grand Canyon. And those wild burro, and the BLM had these programs where you could adopt a burro. And so we went and we adopted this little burro, and we named him Buster, and he was the KJQ burro. No, that's not the right picture. No.
They don't know what a burro...
They assume that I'm talking about animals. That's an animal picture. That's for later on.
Different animal.
Yeah.
Did you have a picture accompanying the story?
No, I did not. So anyway, we adopted this burro, Buster, and he was a donkey. And it is true what they say about donkeys.
They're stubborn.
They're stubborn.
They're the worst.
Yeah. And he was just, we thought it would be fun to take him around to events. Well, it wasn't.
No.
Because he was stubborn. We had a horse trailer that the owner of the property had that we could use. But to try and get him into the horse trailer was just almost impossible. Because he didn't want to go.
Of course.
And you could pull on him, and he would dig himself in, and he just. But so one year we're having this parade. I think it was the Thanksgiving Day parade. It was the Christmas parade on the day after Thanksgiving in Ogden. I think they still do it, and that's when Santa comes right after Thanksgiving, and they have this little parade. Anyway, so we're going to take Buster and have him be in the parade, or maybe it was the 24th of July parade. I don't remember. Yeah, it was. It was the 24th of July parade. So we finally get Buster in the trailer, and we take him up to Washington Boulevard, which wasn't very far, and we park the trailer, and we open the back door of the trailer, and Buster, the burro, is like almost upside down with his feet sticking in the air. Now, we didn't know anything about it. Like, he wasn't tied in properly or something. And so he's upside down, all four legs sticking in the air, and I go, Tom goes, "Oh my God, he's dead! He's dead!" And he did. He looked like he was dead. His eyes were glazed over. His tongue was hanging out.
Aww.
Well, there was this cowboy who was there, because he was going to ride his horses in the parade, and he came, "What's going on here?" And our burro is dead. And the cowboy looks in there and he goes, "Oh, hell, he ain't dead." And he grabbed that burro and just dragged him out of the trailer, and Buster kind of staggered to his feet.
He's fine.
He's fine. He ain't
Walk
dead.
it off. Cowboy up.
I mean, and we, it's just like he said, when you take him home, you got to tie him in there so he doesn't fall down. Oh,
because they're dumb.
Well, and we thought he could just stand there and balance.
No,
So that
he could have been hurt bad.
Yeah, he could have. Yeah. I mean, he did look dead. I mean, I think his tongue was hanging out, and if he'd stayed like that, he probably would have died. But the cowboy, oh hell, he ain't dead. and then so we walked him in the parade.
All right, 9:22. We do have a boner fight coming up to determine who is boner of the day. We've got Tyler Glenn coming up to talk with us about a new collaboration he's got going. And right now, we got like 5 minutes, so a reasonable amount of news brought to you by
Young Power Sports in Centerville is Utah's newest power sports dealer. Tri-City Performance is now Young Power Sports in Centerville, your Polaris and Victory motorcycle dealer. See inventory online at youngpowersports.com.
Well, it's true. This article that Gina just sent me, lawsuit-happy Americans are ruining king cake trinkets for everyone.
Lawsuit-happy Americans.
Apparently, there really aren't a lot of cases, or people have not been suing because they've accidentally swallowed the king cake baby. But just in case, we better make it. Put this little thing in a piece of plastic all of its own and set it aside completely. So there's that. Now, there was some discussion yesterday. Can your employer require you to have a vaccine. Yes, your employer can require you to be vaccinated. That's according to the Society of Human Resource Managers. They studied it. Their legal experts have studied it and said it pretty much seems, yes, if your employer decides he wants to require that you have a COVID-19 vaccine to work there, you're going to have to do it. Employers may require vaccines before employees return to the work site if the failure to be vaccinated constitutes a direct threat to other employees, which that case could certainly be made, because the virus is rampant and easily transmitted in the workplace. That's according to Robin Samuel, an attorney for Baker McKenzie in Los Angeles. Exceptions must be made for employees who cannot be vaccinated because of disabilities, and those things do occur, very rarely, but they do. Also, sincerely, it says here, sincerely held religious beliefs. So I suppose if you were a dedicated and confirmed, Christian Scientist, I think they don't believe in vaccination, then you can get a waiver. But other than that, it's legal for your employer to say you must be vaccinated.
I'll take it further. There aren't enough employers that are insisting that you be vaccinated.
Part of the problem is they're worried about losing employees over the issue.
Yesterday, Gina had us take the personality test. The Myers-Briggs personality test. And I think, I forget who sent me this, but somebody sent me this about that test. About 2 million people take that test annually at the behest of corporate HR departments. At colleges, they give them, and even government agencies give them as part of trying to determine whether you will be a good employee. The company that produces and makes the test makes around $20 million a year.
Wow.
Distributing that Myers-Briggs personality test. The only problem, according to this article, is the test is completely meaningless. There is just no evidence behind it, says Adam Grant, an organizational psychologist at the University of Philadelphia, or Pennsylvania rather, who's written about the shortcomings of the Myers-Briggs previously. The characteristics measured by the test have almost no predictive power on how happy you'll be in a situation, how you'll perform at your job, or how happy you will be in your marriage. Analysis shows the test is totally ineffective at predicting people's success at various jobs. The test claims that based on 93 questions, it can group all of the people of the world into 16 different discrete types, and in doing so, serve as a, quote, powerful framework for building better relationships, driving positive change, harnessing innovation, and achieving excellence. Most of the faithful think of it primarily as a tool for telling you your proper career choice. Well, the test was developed in the 1940s based on totally untested theories of Carl Jung and now thoroughly disregarded by the psychological community. So psychologists now say it's just bunk. It's absolutely bunk. The personality descriptions are so broad that you can find good things and bad things in all of them, and it's not a predictor really of anything.
You've upset Kerry so much he's disappeared.
He's probably going to get that test and throw it in the fire. There is a bill in the Utah State Legislature that would make it so that billboard companies can turn any billboard they own into a digital billboard if they like. A lot of people are opposed to this. They live close to billboards, and they say
there's one thing if it's just a static image, but another if it's
bad enough having a billboard in my backyard. If it starts making light flashing and changing all the time, it's going to be terrible. And so there are a lot of people opposed to it. Let's see what else is going on. Democrats are speeding ahead on their economic package, trying to get something passed, taking steps to push through President Biden's $1.9 trillion economic rescue plan, using a budgetary maneuver that could eventually allow the measure to become law without Republican support. The move advanced the two-track strategy that Biden and Democratic leaders are employing to speed the aid package through Congress, show Republicans that they have the votes to pass an ambitious spending bill with only Democratic backing, but they are offering to negotiate some of the details in hopes of gaining Republican support. And Mitt Romney has said he believes that the Biden people sincerely do want to negotiate and try to work out compromises with the Republicans.
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
Carrie is
there
still
somewhere.
I am
We can't
back.
see you anywhere.
I'm getting there.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Boner Fight, the winner of round 1 against the winner of round 2. Round 1's winner back in the 7 o'clock hour was simply never mess with a swastika enthusiast. That's the story of a young woman who was shot in the back after tearing down a Nazi flag at her neighbor's house. Then the neighbor proceeded to come out and shoot at her with an AK rifle or an assault rifle, wounding her in the process. And that's going up against number 2, the top-notch legal team. That's the Trump lawyers who presented their briefs at the Senate impeachment trial of Donald Trump, and they've misspelled United in the word United States right on the front page of the brief that they were filing. That's number 2.
All right, there you go. You've got to decide of these two candidates, which one is the worst, which one should be Boner of the Day for today, 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit of that candidate in the message of a text, and then you text that to 33986. Boom, easy. Or you can call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting, Boner Fight specifically, February 3, 2021. It should say Boner Fight on the box. Now, when you get to the website, refresh your browser. That way, that box will appear because we just put it up there. All right? February 3rd, 2021, Boner Fight. That's how you find it. It's time to vote for Boner of the Day. OgdensOwn.com. It's Ogden's Own Distillery. You can go and see them at 615 West Stockman Way in Ogden. So when you got to replenish your liquor stash, remember, buy local. Why should you bring home a national brand when you can bring home locally crafted spirits from Ogden's Own Distillery? We're talking about Five Wives Vodka, Porter's Rye Whiskey, with all of Porter's flavored whiskeys as well, Madame Patriini's Gin, Underground Botanical Liqueur, and their new, this is very exciting, canned cocktails, Five Wives Moscow Mule. Mm-hmm. They are really delicious.
I need to get some of those for sure.
They're really good. The new Five Wives Vodka Soda with lime also. These delicious canned cocktails are ultra refreshing, chilled, ready to drink, available now at Ogden's Own Distillery and on order if you go to your state liquor store. So you have to order it. Buy local, Five Wives Vodka and other handcrafted spirits from Ogden's Own Distillery. Skip the DABC by going directly to Ogden's Own Distillery. They're open 11 to 5 each weekday, 11 to 4 on Saturdays. And the address is 615 West Stockman Way in Ogden. OgdensOwn.com.
Start your workday at 10 a.m.
I find this on my desk when I come in this morning. This leaves a bad taste in my mouth as well. Well, it says it's a postcard. Greetings from fabulous Moab, Utah.
Fabulous.
And it's a postcard from the Poison Spider bicycle shop. It's a well-known bicycle shop down in Moab. It's got a giant, horrific spider on it chasing a bicyclist through the red rocks of Moab.
Looks like one of those old movie posters.
Yeah. And then on the back it says Carrie and Bill. And it's written by someone who assigns themselves very disappointed fan.
Very disappointed.
Disappointed enough to send a postcard.
Wow.
Somebody who looks like they might have been drunk because it's barely decipherable, scribbled. Carrie and Bill, although you are entertaining, why do you disrespect and bully Gina Barberi on your show? She is the voice of reason.
Voice of reason? Did you hear that? You're now the voice of reason.
It's my dad's thing.
Intelligent and kind. I guess this is kindness.
Kindness?
Kindness. It's. Yeah,
I like it when drunk people stick up for me.
Yay.
You both behave like
jackanapes. Jackanapes, please.
Misogynistic. Oh, misogynists. Gina should be something.
Do you want me to try
treated much better as a professional?
Thank you,
Very-
drunk friend of the program.
Very disappointed fan. See if that doesn't look like a drunk person wrote it. Or no, you know what? I just changed my mind. It was written by an ancient person, an ancient human being. It's a former Tom Barberi fan who now, like Sheena, I am not a crackpot.
Oh, I appreciate that. This took effort.
Yeah.
They had to
very old
purchase a postcard, buy a stamp.
It's a retiree in Moab.
Anyone can send an angry email. That takes no effort at all.
An angry postcard.
This took.
It's by someone
effort.
who doesn't know what email is. They're so old they don't know what email is.
I appreciate it.
I think you should. It's your old fan in Moab.
In Moab, I'll take it.
Signed old timer in Moab. Well, you should take it. It's great.
Can I keep that? I want to keep that.
Yeah. It's Gina's fan mail.
Okay.
What?
She gets it from prison and
prison
I'll
mail.
take the fans I can get.
And
You
the elderly.
go to a show with the fans that you have,
Ben
not
Marsh.
the fans that you want.
Ben Marsh and the old timer in Moab. I got me a free postcard out of the Poison Spider bicycle shop, and I'm sending this to those misogynists.
Another thing, I am very happy with this.
You should be.
I will tweet out a picture of my fan.
Said, oh, Gina had a couple of glasses of wine and fired off some postcards, huh?
Right.
Yeah, how do we know that? That didn't come from Moab.
This isn't from Moab.
It's a postcard that you got when you were bicycling before you married your husband in Moab. When you came back with chafing.
That was just after I got married.
Right.
I was pregnant and I didn't
You
know.
were.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's right. You were trying to impress your husband.
Yes.
The one and only time you went biking with your husband.
That was it.
He now do I recall? You got a new bike. You
Yeah.
bought a bike.
Yep.
And that was the only time you rode that bike.
Yeah. It doesn't. It's too big for me.
Is it still?
It's too big. I can't sit on it. My feet don't touch the ground when I sit on it.
Then why did you buy a bike that was too
I
big?
didn't. He bought it for me without me,
Yeah.
thinking I was a statuesque woman.
So is it still hanging in the garage?
Yes.
Just another.
Just waiting for his second wife?
Yes.
Just one more bit of evidence that he has no idea who you are.
Excuse me. Still
His
waiting.
third wife, yeah.
It's hanging there waiting for his third wife. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, his third wife.
So we're going to talk to Tyler Glenn and Paul Cardall coming up. First, we must award Boner of the Day.
And the Boner of the Day is brought to you in part by a sheet pan roasting of sausages and apples and various vegetables.
And Stockton 12 Honda, the Honda Giant. Giant selection, giant choice. That's what makes them the Honda Giant. Come browse or visit them at stockton12honda.com.
Boner candidate number one, never mess with a swastika enthusiast. That's a bit of advice you should take from the story about a woman who went and ripped down a man's swastika flags off the front of his house. He then proceeded to come out of the house and shoot her with an assault rifle. She lived, and the charges are still, or the trial is still upcoming, but she's going to sue him as well. That went up against number 2, top-notch legal team, the lawyers defending Donald Trump in his Senate impeachment trial. They can't spell the word united, or they don't know how to use spell check. The word united was misspelled on the very front page of their brief to the court. And the winner, overwhelmingly, Boner candidate number 1, never mess with a swastika enthusiast.
That's your Boner of the Day for today, February 3, 2021. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week. All right, let's go to Tyler and Paul.
2 gentlemen that I have had the pleasure of meeting both of them several times and interviewing both of them. Paul Cardall. Good morning, Paul. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good. How are you guys?
We're doing well, thank you. And, of course, our close friend Tyler Glenn from Neon Trees also on the phone. I've interviewed both of you guys a bunch of times. And did it come? Oh, good morning, Tyler, I should say.
Yes.
Can I just say the honor of coming in hot right after the Boner of the Day? It is
there it is.
Exceptional treat.
Coming in hot, that's right. You are doing it.
Yeah.
So how did you guys get together to collaborate on a song and a project like this?
Paul, I met Paul at the last Love Loud event in Salt Lake City that we had. And every time I've met Paul, he's in a very sort of reflective, emotional state. And I don't say that to drag him, because anyone that knows me knows that I can be very emotional at times. And I think the times that I've met him have just been kind of impactful, and I can tell he means what he says. And when he offered this opportunity to be on this new project of his, which I'll have him tell you about, but I just felt like there was this really nice tone and space for me to do my thing
now,
in collaboration with him.
You've done this thing called The Broken Miracle. That's your record, right, Paul?
Correct, yes.
And Tyler's on it along with a bunch of other people, but talk about Tyler and the song you guys did together.
Well, the significance of, I've always wanted to work with Tyler. I'm a huge fan of Tyler, a huge fan of Neon Trees. But basically, The Broken Miracle has been my journey, my spiritual awakening. It's kind of a memoir album, and in my transition away from Mormonism to mainstream Christianity, there's a lot of factors that have taken place in my life, and one of those is the rights of everybody and the fact that everybody's welcome to my table. And one of the people who has led the way in, creating, I guess, comfort and peace of mind for so many people that are not accepted by religious systems is Tyler.
Yes.
And so I wanted to work with him to basically say, I share your same sentiments, that we need to have everybody welcome to the table. There shouldn't be this line drawn in the sand over the value of some person.
Yes.
Paul, wouldn't it be fair to say that you started your career kind of writing religious, Mormon, pretty much themed religious music?
Yeah, I mean, Jesus has always been the heart of everything I do, and I was very strong in that faith. But the Jesus I know never held a council to determine someone's value, regardless of anything. And so for me, the only person that there was a trial for was Jesus. And so I've just evolved to where I'm done trying to explain to people what love really means. And truth is birthed out of love. Because your truth and my truth, all that stuff. I mean, it's a big philosophical thing, but the chance to work with Tyler
So you wrote this song. Now you did both the lyrics and the music. I would assume for "I Know
No.
It Hurts." No, that's not how it worked.
Tyler's the genius with the lyrics on that. He came in with a little bit of a melody. I sat down and started playing that melody into chords, and it was like magic, man. I spent like 2 hours just crying, talking about things I've gone through and friends I had lost.
Let's turn it up a little bit. We've got it playing in the background. You probably can't. Let's turn it up a little bit and let people hear what the song is like. This is Tyler Glenn with Paul Cardall singing "I Know It Hurts."
In a graveyard there were crosses, there were stained glass window doors, and the church bells rang and angels sang, but the symbols were not ours. Dear God, is there not more? 'Cause it's cold on the church floor. Oh.
It's a very theatrical song, very theatrically presented. It could be a number from a Broadway show or something. I think. Couldn't
You thought about that?
Well, you know,
Tyler,
I did Broadway a couple of years ago. I think for me, like, you know, Paul has this, you know, very, very emotive presence, and I think the way he plays on the piano really suited where I wanted to take the song as well. I mean, I remember coming up with the lyrics and melodies really quickly, and I think, you know, Peter Gabriel's "Here Comes the Flood" was a reference that I wanted to have in there.
Yeah.
Oh.
So, yeah, and anytime that I can do something in music that shows a different side of me, or a side that, you know, I hardly ever do ballads. It's probably been 5 years since I've done a ballad. So I was just, to jump at an opportunity to kind of, you know, present my vocal in a different tone is always a treat for me. But the song's special. It's really, really cool.
We've got to go, you guys. But I just want you to somebody tell us which one of either Paul Cardall or Tyler Glenn. People can see this video. It's going to be there's a premiere of it, and there's a book also, right?
Yeah, go to thebrokenmiracle.com. The video will premiere on Friday on my YouTube channel, and Tyler and I will both be there to chat live with everybody as it premieres.
Okay, thebrokenmiracle.com, and that's where you'll find it, and then chat with these guys. We've got to go, but thanks a lot. It's a pleasure to hear from you again, Paul. And
thank you, guys.
And thank you, Tyler. It's always good to hear from you as well. And take care, both of you.
Always. Thanks for the space, guys.
Beautiful stuff, you guys. Beautiful. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Okay. We will take a break. We will be back. That's the brokenmiracle.com is the website, in case you were wondering, if you're looking for that. You care about the air. UCAIR.org for tips on how to cut down on your contribution to the muck in the air.
Well, it's snowing pretty good right this minute.
Yeah, the storm that blows through and cleans out the air, but we can't count on weather always doing it for us. We have to do our part. And
I'm
part
going to
of that
start
is
creating weather. That's good.
But you can make small choices throughout your day that actually help if we're all doing it, like not idling your car. I know it's cold outside, and you think, oh, it's just for a few minutes. Every little bit contributes.
There are lots of ways that you can help out with the cleanliness of our air here in the Salt Lake Valley. Many suggestions available to you, and you can find them all at UCAIR. That's UCAIR, ucare.org. Remember, the poor air quality impacts everybody, not just people who are ill with respiratory diseases, and it impacts the economy, too. ucare.org.
I had a Mary Jane candy yesterday.
I've never heard of a Mary Jane candy.
Mary Jane's.
You get that in Colorado?
It's you ever had a Mary Jane?
No.
Famous old candy. Originally made in 1914.
That's probably stale.
By the Charles N. Miller Company, later by Stark Candy Company, now manufactured by Necco.
Oh.
And
did you go back to Backyard Birds?
No, my 11-year-old daughter, little Mrs. Bill, went up to the 7-Eleven and came back and said, "Look, they have Mary Jane's up there."
She knows what that is?
Sure, she's had them before. But listen, we know candy in our family.
Old candy.
And new candy. They know all kinds of candy. The candy, Mary Jane's Charles Miller invented this candy and named them after his favorite aunt, Mary Jane.
Ah.
And there's a picture of a little girl on
Wonder how his other aunts felt about that.
Well, he had a favorite aunt, Mary Jane. Maybe he didn't have any others, but they're terrible.
Really?
I've forgotten how terrible they are. I think they maybe used to be a little better. It's peanut butter, essentially, or peanut. There used to be peanut butter, sort of more peanut butter in them, and peanut butter and molasses. And they're chewy, like taffy.
Yeah.
But now they're just more sort of molassesy and sugary and very little peanutty. I was disappointed, but she was excited to find them and enjoyed them. Never had a Mary Jane? Would you eat a Mary Jane if somebody gave you one?
Not when you've described it, how terrible it is.
Well, but I mean, if I just said it was peanut butter and molasses, would you go, oh, I'll try that?
Yeah.
You don't have anything against molasses? No. It's just kind of...
What would I have against molasses?
Well, I don't know. You have weird food things.
Molasses is fine.
I thought, I think it's...
I have things in common with molasses.
That's well, you're as slow as it.
Yes.
But in January, that's what my mother used to say. Would you hurry? You're as slow as molasses in January, which is, I think, the slowest of all molasses.
And I'm referencing Bugs Bunny twice again on today's show.
Yeah.
He was borrowing a cup of molasses from somebody. He had his coffee cup. Elmer shot a hole through it. And it's snowing around, okay? And it starts to run out, and he goes, I didn't think molasses would run in January.
Yeah, there you go. And then of course, there's all different. There's blackstrap molasses, which is the really. See, I didn't think you'd like molasses because it's too strong.
It's
it's like strong syrup.
You don't need a spoonful of it. It's an ingredient amongst other things.
Some people use it in lieu of syrup on things.
Ew.
They'll drizzle molasses on their pancakes or on cereals or whatever. I find it a little. Oh, and the brand of molasses that you buy in the grocery store
has a rabbit on it.
It's Brer Rabbit.
Yeah.
Brer Rabbit molasses. So I
insist on Brer Rabbit molasses.
Buying molasses.
I don't think we can go into the whole reason that why Brer Rabbit might be on the.
Ask your grandpa about Song of the South, kids.
Yeah. Or when you go to Disneyland, what is it? Big Thunder
Splash
Mountain? Splash Mountain. Splash Mountain is full of characters that Disney no longer promotes or uses.
But they're in there.
Yeah, that ride.
But that's the only place. Your laughing place. Isn't that what they say?
Yeah.
Your laughing place.
That's where Brer Rabbit is.
Yeah. I like that ride, actually.
Always get wet.
And it's a nice place to cool off at Disneyland.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Well, I'm excited that I mentioned my king cake, and we had that. Now we can go start looking for punchkis.
For what skis?
Punchkis.
Who's
Yeah.
skis?
This is also a traditional Epiphany treat. Gina, you would love them. You want to know the spelling? They're a donut, a Polish donut.
Okay.
It's spelled, and I don't know how you get punchki out of Paczki. Look that up. They are absolutely delightfully delicious if they're made right. And it's a traditional.
It's a filled donut. It
Yeah.
says.
Yeah, and they're good.
So you're going to go on a hunt for.
Yeah, I like all of this Catholic Epiphany stuff, the food associated with it anyway. Ham at Easter and all of that kind of stuff.
You can have fish every Friday and feel like a Catholic, Bill. You can do that.
Wow.
I do that.
You do. Every Friday? Do you have fish every Friday?
Every Friday I go to the Tiffin room and have halibut.
Just for the halibut.
Really old inside Mormon joke.
And it's true. Growing up in our house, Mom would serve fish on Friday, and Dad would pound the table and go, "What are we, Catholics?" So yeah,
You're trying to turn us into Catholics?
very evocative. Yes.
I always thought that was odd. That and finally, and at first nobody could really tell me. Well, why do Catholics have fish on Friday? Well, you're supposed to give up meat.
Yeah.
Well,
fish doesn't really count.
Yeah, so fish—that's not really meat.
It's not real meat.
No.
Pescatarian Katie will tell you that much.
That it's not really meat? I think she'll tell you that it's meat.
Fish is definitely meat.
See?
But I do eat the fake stuff, too.
It's flesh. It's
It's flesh,
of
yeah.
an animal. So it's just a cheat. That's all it is. It's a way to cheat.
Please, you're accusing the Catholic Church of cheating. Please.
Oh, I shouldn't do that.
Well, I don't think I want to go anywhere today for sure. As I look at the window behind me, you can sort of see the snow coming down.
I'm looking out the patio doors of Dink Studios here and seeing quite a bit of snow falling. And today is my day that I usually run my errands. I think I will cancel them all except for the very important ones today, which would be taking the dogs to the groomers.
Somebody in either Skip or Miriam in the chat room, in the producer's booth, has texted me. As a pescatarian, that is a fish eater, I can confirm that fish are just glorified plants.
They're this close to plants.
Yeah, they're mostly
You
plants.
water them like plants?
Yeah.
They're plants with eyes.
People have a problem with fish. A lot of people don't like to eat fish.
Really?
Nothing from the sea. I eat nothing from the nothing.
I don't know why you'd say no to
I've
that,
warmed
that
up
kind
to
of a
fish.
sweeping thing.
How often have you? How often
My
have you
husband's
warmed
been
up
making
to a fish?
making fish more often these days.
I would make it more often, except I'm bad at cooking fish. I finally have sort of gotten to the point where I can not ruin a piece of salmon. But I'm just too nervous to cook other kinds of fish.
Baking salmon's easy. I mean, it's just salt and pepper and oil and throw it in.
Yeah, and I've taken to grilling it pretty well, and baking it is good, and but I don't know. I still all overcook it every once in a while, and I hate doing that. It's got to be just done.
I was talking with somebody the other day about once the COVID is not an issue anymore, what you going to do? And I kept thinking, well, I want to go to restaurants, obviously.
Current.
I want to hear the specials.
I want to hear. I haven't heard the specials.
Could
in
you
a
please?
long time.
Could you do that again? I'm gonna ask for repeats. Current's good seafood. But I was thinking, I haven't been down to Southern California to the crab cooker in a while. Get the killer crab claws from the sea.
What town is that in? It's not Malibu.
No,
Newport?
It's Newport.
Newport
yes,
Beach.
thank you.
That's what it is. Yeah. Well, and if you want good, I know Current here has really good.
They do.
Really good fish. So
they do.
I'd like to go to Broughton's too, but that's probably not.
And you don't have to wait to go to restaurants.
No, you get it.
Order
you get your to-go.
takeout.
I'm going to go and get some takeout today.
Yeah,
That's
please support
going
your local
to
restaurant.
That's not going to a restaurant. You do
I
have
to
wait
go there to
go
pick it up.
Yeah, but they're not going to tell you the specials.
Well,
make them.
I'll ask.
Yeah, ask.
I'll say, I've already ordered and paid for everything, but could you tell me the specials, please? I just want to
talk
hear the
slowly.
specials.
Slowly tell me.
And I'm going to close my eyes and imagine that you're not clothed.
All right, let's do the promo and get out of here.
Hey, I got to find it again. Oh my, it's here somewhere. There it is. No, I still don't have it. It'll be one more second as I make another click, and there it is. Okay.
All right. Don't fret, it's only the middle of the week. Don't miss Thursday's Radio from Hell show.
We kick things off with some geek news at 6:45, and then right after that at 7, we challenge you to call in and play Beat Gina.
We have Radio from Hell face masks up for grabs if you think you have what it takes to beat me.
And then at 7:45, Salt Lake Mayor Mendenhall will be with us. Salt Lake City update, followed by Sean Means with some movie reviews at 8.
And, of course, there will be more. Thursday's Radio from Hell show on X96. All right.
How come you don't give me don't just because I said something? Don't give me more lines, Katie. You don't have to give me more lines.
She can't win.
I'm just kidding. It doesn't matter.
All right. Well, I think we got everything. Fine job, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Be a puzzle person. It's less messy.
Corey is next.